over here so that you're a little closer together. I hope everybody is doing well this morning. That looked really weird when I first went live over here. So I'm going to fix it. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Happy Tuesday, everybody. And hope you all had a decent start to your week. Um, we are continuing sort of along the theme of yesterday, but adding a little bit more into it. I think that a lot of the rhetoric that we hear coming these days has to do with religion. And it's important that we have that conversation about God in politics and how it's inappropriate. Good morning, Wasim. Good morning, Witch. Good morning. Um, Mike Brandon, if you want to talk to me about unemployment rates and poverty, you can join the panel. Sure. I mean, it's not really on the topics, but I'm happy to have that conversation with you. So there's a box that says request right there at the bottom of the screen. So feel free to come in and we can talk about it. Hello, 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 people. Good to see you. Good to see you. Good to see you. Um, it's going pretty fast. Good morning, coolest mom ever, Katsmandu, Witch, Carla, Dax, Amy, Johnny. Good morning, Jamie. Hello, Blue Honey Pot, everybody. Carla, good to see you as well. I'm trying to get my lotion in. It's that good old shea butter. So, um, so it'd be thick, but it's good, right? So, good morning, David. Glad to see you. It looks like you got a notification today, so that's great. That is really, 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 really great. Um, Good morning, Sin. How are you? What's up, Candy Kiss? Appreciate the shares. Appreciate you guys helping push things out. Um, yeah, I think I'm good now, right? I think I'm good. Good morning, Don One. How are you? What's up, Jay Owen? Good to see you as well. Oof, I don't know if y'all heard my hip pop. Good morning, Cheryl. My hip just went. Folks, if you're joining me anywhere other than TikTok, please make sure that you say hello. So Facebook, YouTube, Substack, Twitch, say hi. Substack, I won't be able to see your chat because of Restream and Substack's communication with each other. I hate that, but I am glad that you're here and that you're watching. What's up, Sherry? Good to see you. Hey, tech lady. Tech lady. What's up, Lisa? You did. I literally just got started. Appreciate you, Spider Alexis. Good morning, Rose. Good to see you as well. So I want us to kind of dive right into some things that I want to talk about today. I've got four topics that are kind of at the top. America was not founded as a Christian nation. We were not founded on Christianity. And I think that that's an important thing as the Republican Party begins to or continues to ramp up. Yeah, oh, I have them all the time, Cheryl. As they continue to ramp up this language about this conservative, this Christian nation and these Christian values, and how kind of the heathens are at the door. I think it's important that we talk about that. Good morning, Ronald. Good to see you over there on YouTube. So I want to talk about that. I also want to talk about God having no place in politics whatsoever. I don't care who your God is. I also want to talk about racism continuing to be the tool, the greatest tool of Republicans and Democrats. We're going to talk about what I mean by that, and also voting for progressives is the only way to secure the stability of the country. I said it before, and I will say it again, and I believe it 10 toes down with all of my chest. And so, if you disagree, I'm happy to have that conversation with you. Yeah. So, good morning, Bree Action. Good to see you as well. What's up, Grammy? What's up, Dax? Good to see you. Okay, so folks, listen. There is a lot happening with this app, and one of the things that I have noticed is that when you are having really tough conversations and not, thanks, Jen, and not engaging in like the debate me bro or the demeaning talk, the algorithm doesn't like you as much. So if you could do your part in tapping and commenting and sharing and reposting the live, that would be very much appreciated. So what's up, Robin? Good morning. Good to see you. All right. Okay, great. I'm glad we're all in there. So I appreciate you. Yeah, like if I was like letting everybody scream at each other and cuss each other out and call each other names, like we'd have 3,000 people in here. But TikTok doesn't operate that way. They say that they don't want hostility. They say that they don't want aggression. They say that they have community standards, but I don't really find that to be true. It's crazy. I can go into some lives where they can say the N word repeatedly and there's no violations. And in other spaces, there would be. I can go into some lives where you can't talk about, like, it's just really crazy that the standards are not the same across the board. Good morning, Cheryl. So, all thanks, Tech Lady and Cheryl. Appreciate you all for that. Yeah, they want engagement. The rest sounds like, yeah. So like for me, I would love to have engagement. I also want education and information before entertainment, if that makes sense. So so I have no desire to be. Are you not entertained? Like, yeah, we don't have to have that moment. We don't have to have that moment at all. Okay, so couple of things to talk about. Um, Oh, I don't need this up. I had to argue with AI again today inside of Canva because I just don't. It's right. One of your favorite quotes. Are you not entertained? Um, so yeah, give me one sec. I wanted to pull something up to have a conversation. Um, okay. What's up, Mel? Great. How many of you guys are aware that we have a serious no, Titan. He literally almost jumped up here right on the middle of my keyboard. I love you, son, but no. Um, so we are back right now and we are listening to the president of the United States say, I know, good morning, Black William, that there's a good chance of progress in talks with Iran. And I don't know about you all, but I feel like it's Groundhog Day, right? Where there's a good chance in talks with Iran, and Iran is begging for us to have a peace agreement, and Iran is begging for A, B, C, D, X, Y, Z. Like, I don't know how many times people are supposed to hear the same rhetoric and think that it's something new or that there's any validity to it, right? I mean, this is now we are at 4 or 5. Yeah, it is, Cheryl. But this is where we are, right? And we continue to have these ridiculous statements being given by this administration and by members of Congress as if the American people aren't smart enough to know the difference. And so, one of the things that I would like to offer to people who find themselves on the side of supporting this administration or supporting this president or identifying more with the GOP or Republicans, I would just offer you this. How is it not insulting? Aw, thanks, Andy. Are you not? I know y'all are like, what is she doing? It's because they put like a skiing snowman on my head on TikTok. So I was trying to make it ski. But anyway, are you not tired of people playing in your face and acting like you're too dumb to know the difference? Like if I were somebody that identified as a Republican, if I was somebody that supported and voted for Donald Trump, and um, and and this administration and this president continue to repeat the same things and play in my face as if I was too dumb to figure it out, I would be offended. I would be tired of it. And I think that like that's one of the questions that I sincerely have for people that support this administration. Are you not tired of not only being lied to, but being treated as if you're not smart enough to know anything? Like it's I just I would really love the answer to that question. So if you find yourself, if you're one of those people and you want to talk about that, let me know. Right, coolest mom ever, because it is so um, um, condescending. Yes. Somebody had a statement. Salam Salwa. Somebody put a comment and I missed it now. Yeah, so Hazel Odd Girl, I'm not assuming that they're not too dumb to figure it out. I'm not assuming that. I actually know people that voted and I know better. And so this is one of the things that I really want progressives to stop doing. Stop talking and insulting the intelligence of people that voted for this administration. And I'm going to tell you why I say that. There is very little difference between people that voted for this administration once, twice, three times, and some of you all that have dated the same man or the same person in a different body 3, 4, 5, 6 times, and you haven't learned your lesson. Every single person has areas in their life where they have blind spots and they continue to repeat the same mistakes. So, what I find is that it's not beneficial to be condescending and insulting to people who have it in one area that you don't have it on when you have it in other areas, right? So what I will say is that if progressives and Democrats want to bridge the gap and get people on board, stop insulting people. Nobody wants to become part of your club if your club makes fun of them all the fucking time. Just saying. And by the way, it is bullying. When you consistently demean a different group of people and insult their intelligence, you are being a bully. I'm just saying. So I would just take a step back and ask yourself, like, are you behaving much differently? Oh, that reminds me. Let me see if I can figure this thing out, y'all. Y'all know I don't do a lot on these whole TikTok streets with these different things, but um ha, I think I found it. Um can I add one? Create. Um okay. How do I don't want a template. I want to use one of my stickers. Why can't I? Hold on, y'all. I'm trying to figure something out real quick. Maybe I should have. Well, there's no way for me to do it until I'm live. It won't let me like just choose a sticker to add as whatever. I don't like that. Oh well, I'll figure it out in a minute. I'm not going to continue to try to figure it out right now. So, but here's my thing, Ronald. Here's my thing, Ronald. Right, that's what I'm saying, HM hug. What I'm saying is I was repeating what someone said over here and pointing out that it was the same thing. Yeah. And so here's the thing. So Ronald, let me just say this. It can be challenging to have conversations with folks when they are choosing to be willfully ignorant and things like that. I get that. And I think we have to begin to ask ourselves, what is it that we desire? Like, what is the end game, and which is more important, right? Our ego and frustration, or the direction that we desire to go in, right? And for me, it's the direction that we desire to go in, right? That's literally what it is for me. So, hopefully that makes sense. Oh, let me do this really quickly. If you are on YouTube or Twitch or Facebook or Substack and you would like to join as a guest, this is the link to do so. If I could get a subscriber to please, please, please take that link that is in the stream and put it into the chat on Substack, I will put it into the chat on Facebook. If you could do that for me, that would be amazing, because it doesn't automatically put it over there, even though I wish that it would. It doesn't. So, no, Daniel, you don't remember when the host said Trump would lose and Kamala would win, because the host is not Miss Cleo and has never pretended to be. So, I would, I would just do better to not, I don't know, say random shit that's not true. Like, what in the world? Are you okay? Are you okay? Are you okay? You're probably not. Okay, so on Facebook, join as a guest. I just put the link to join as a guest in the Facebook chat as well, so you are good to go. It would be great if you put it into the Substack side. Definitely Candy Kiss. All right, so listen, Daniel. Who else is in here? Yeah, I don't think we all do remember it, Daniel. Why don't you come to this? Come up here and let's talk. I sent you an invitation. I sent you an invitation. Let's have a real conversation about it. I'm down for that. Are you? Are you down for a real respectful exchange? Because I am. No, this is the difference, folks. Let me just say this: if someone wants to actually like have a real conversation, then they'll join the chat. If they just want to run their mouth and say things that are factually inaccurate, then they won't, right? You'll either join the panel or you don't. And that's it, right? And then I don't take you seriously. I just don't. Good morning, Nance. How are you? 100% invisible string. Good morning, Timothy. I don't know what that means, Ashley, for Democrats. I don't know what that means. Yeah. Okay. So here we go. Let's have a conversation and I want to see a couple of things. 1 second. It is 98 days left until the midterms. Yes, it is. It is 98 days until the midterms left. All right. So listen, there's a report in the Guardian that I want to talk about this morning because I'm not sure how many people are aware of it. But the report is, quote, the Trump administration forced treatment on hunger strike and ICE detention documents reveals. And so the Trump administration subjected at least one person undertaking a hunger strike and immigration detention to forcible medical treatment, engaging in medical practice that healthcare associations and international human rights groups have described as torture. Hey guys, please don't talk to Daniel. If Daniel's not willing to get on the panel and talk to me, don't talk to Daniel. It just becomes distracting, and now we're not paying attention. Good morning, Gumps. Oh wow, that's interesting. So Gumps just said on YouTube, "Good morning, Danny. I had a dream that I was taking a course from you. It was called the Bible in STEM." That's amazing. Good morning, Chels. How are you? Um, okay, so listen, this is important. So we all know that in some of the ICE detention centers, people have engaged in hunger strikes, right? So listen to this. According to a document that was obtained by The Guardian, the Trump administration subjected at least one person that was undertaking a hunger strike and immigration detention to forcible medical treatment, which by many healthcare associations and international human rights groups has been described as torture. A document from the ICE Health Service Agency, reviewed by The Guardian, confirms for the first time that the administration has used forced treatment on a hunger strike since Donald Trump began his second term. The document, which was published online in February by ICE Health Services Corp, discloses that an unnamed patient who began hunger strikes between October and December of last year and, quote, was subject to forced feeding, hydration, or forced urinary catheterization or involuntary blood draws, end quote. So that's actually a quote from a document posted by the government, Buenos Dias, Patricia, in February. And it also notes, this document also notes that at least 7 detained people were on hunger strike this February, and that the IHSC has forecasted a total budget of $4,504.75 for quote unquote external medical care of hunger strike patients, and a total budget of $168,928.01 for the fiscal year of 2026 based on costs from last year. So if we look at this, right, give me 1 second and I will show you. So let me just say something. You all, please don't talk to trolls and people that are in here that have no desire to have a real conversation. I don't care what people come in here and say about me. I don't care if someone comes in and goes, oh, she needs to do better research. They're saying it from the fucking chat. I don't care if somebody comes in here and says, oh, she's got a big nose. They're saying it from the fucking chat. I really don't care. Literally, please do not engage in conversation with people with baby carrot energy. I'm just saying. So, could you all please stay focused? Yeah, baby carrot energy. That's all it is. So, what's up, Abu Binks? How are you, my friend? So I'm trying to pull something up. Oh, let me see if I can find what I want. Yeah. So, how many of you all know that you can actually go to the ICE Health Service Corps website, which is a government website, and it talks about the healthcare that it does. I know I got a mad this morning. She's a lesbian, so she denies God. So I'm not sure if you know this, but atheism and lesbianism don't go together. And I don't know why you're obsessed with my sexual orientation, because like, ew, that just makes you seem a little bit like a creep. Like, I don't know, maybe you have to turn out your lights on Halloween. You can't give out candy, can't live beside schools, not allowed to be in parks, playgrounds and such. Yeah, that's what it's very creepy. It's really nasty. Ugh. Okay, so here we go. I am looking for I want to see there. So I will tell you this. They took down, so their newsletters that are their healthcare newsletters. Now the only new healthcare newsletters that are on the site are January, April, June, and July. So we are missing February and March. Those newsletters that were posted on the website have now been taken down, right? But good morning, Rosalind. Appreciate you. So I'm going to continue on and let you guys know what it says. So it also says, so it remains unclear how many hunger strikers and forced treatments ICE has accounted for since February. The Department of Homeland Security, which oversees ICE, did not respond to questions about what sort of forced treatment was administered to the detainee in that report. This summer, hundreds of people staged hunger strikes at detention centers, which we saw that. And U.S. Trump officials have repeatedly denied that detainees are rejecting food to protest unsanitary conditions, medical neglect, and what strikers have described as physical and psychological, quote unquote, torture in detention facilities. At least 300 detainees began a hunger and labor strike at the Delaney Hall Detention Center in New Jersey from May to June, and their actions became a national flashpoint and sustained crowds of protesters gathered outside the facility in solidarity. I think for me, the takeaway is simply this. This is a document that was actually uploaded and published online by the government. This was posted by the ICE Health Service Agency, right? And so that matters. This is not, hey Tim, what's up? It's not a whistleblower. It's not a whatever. It's literally a document that the government put on the internet for everyone to read for themselves. And to hear that the government engaged in forced medical treatment for people that are going on a hunger strike is wild, right? To say that they were, that especially this, at least this one patient was, quote, subjected to forced feeding, hydration, or forced urinary catheterization. I don't even want to think about that, what that was like, or involuntary blood draws is crazy work. And anybody that considers themselves to be a patriot, anybody that considers themselves to be serious about the constitutional protections of the United States of America should have a problem with that. 100%. It doesn't matter who you are. You should have an issue with this type of treatment of anybody that is in custody. Period. Especially if you consider yourself to be a conservative, if you're such a a constitutional whatever, right? Then it should matter, right? Taking care of that already. Folks, listen, if you would like to have a conversation with me, all you have to do is request to join the panel as a guest. The way to do that on TikTok is that box that's right there that says request, or there's a little blue and pink person at the bottom. Those people at the bottom, you can click that and come up and request to come up. If you are over here, then you have the link in the comments. So if you're on YouTube, if you're on Facebook, if you're on Substack, if you're on Twitch, you have the link to join as a guest in your comments. So that's all you have to do. If you want my attention and if you want to engage in a conversation, then that's all you have to do is do that. Other than that, I don't take you serious. Terry, where'd you go? I was getting ready to accept you to come to the panel. Good morning, LaShawn. How are you?
I'm good. How are you? Are you able to hear me well?
Yeah. I just brought you up to the panel. What would you like to share this morning?
I wanted to kind of engage with what you're talking about right now with the hunger strike. Individuals in ICE detentions that were forced to go through medical treatment.
Mm-hmm.
I was just trying to figure out, what would you have preferred for the government to do in a case where someone is detained, assuming because they're here illegally, which is pretty, it's custom, and they're refusing to eat? What response did you think would have been preferred if not the forced medical treatment?
Yeah. So number one, I don't assume that people that are being detained are here illegally. We've got some feedback, so I'm going to mute you while I'm talking, okay?
That's fine.
So number one, I don't assume that people that are detained are here illegally. And the reason I don't assume that is because we've had documented case after documented case where people that are detained are here legally, right? So that would be number one. I would not make that assumption. Number two, the hunger strikes are specifically related to the conditions of the facilities and the treatment. So what I would prefer is for the United States government to raise the conditions of the facilities and the manner in which people are being treated, so that there's no need to go on a hunger strike. That's what I would prefer, right? So there's no need to go under a strike if the conditions are sanitary, if there's access to clean water and appropriate food and all of those different types of things. So that's what I would prefer.
I understand what you're saying. However, if someone is refusing to eat, right? They are, no matter what the reason is, right? If the conditions are bad, so on and so forth, this person is now dehydrated, malnutrition, right? They're causing themselves harm by not eating. Are you expecting the government to allow them to remain in that condition and risk their life? Or are what that's like if the person that's currently in a hunger strike, no matter the motivations for them doing that, what response in that moment should the government have had that would be better than the forced medical treatment?
Yeah. So again, so people have bodily autonomy. It is 100% absolutely their choice to go on a hunger strike. And so the government has no business force feeding anyone, right? They get to determine what is best for themselves. I mean, for goodness sake, Gandhi went on hunger strikes for 40 days. Nobody force fed him, right? We had Zoran Mamdani, who is currently the mayor of New York City and a New York City cab driver, right? The New York City cab driver was on a hunger strike. And Zoran Mamdani back in 2021 joined him in that effort for 3 weeks. And the government didn't go outside and grab them off the street and force feed them because that's not what we do. So what I would, so what,
Sorry to interrupt if it's okay. I do apologize. I just want to kind of respond to that part. I think this is a little different. You know, Zoran Mamdani and Gandhi, I think this is someone that is currently in government custody, right? So if someone, for example, is put away in jail, right, the government does have a responsibility to give them 3 meals a day,
no,
adequate health care, right? So you're in government detention. They do have a responsibility to make sure that you're healthy.
they have the responsibility to offer the food, not to force feed someone who does not want it.
So
And that's the difference. So we do not, hold on, let me finish. We do not force feed American citizens that are in prisons and in jails, and we don't force feed anyone else. So being in government custody does not mean that you can be force fed and be forced to receive medical treatment that you do not want. People still have bodily autonomy and access over their own body.
So you would have preferred for them to just leave it alone, even though that meant that they probably would not be alive. You would be okay
So
with that.
I've already said what I would have preferred. What I would have preferred first is to address the
Right.
conditions that were prompting the strike. My preference second to that is very simple. They exercise their right to free speech. They exercise their bodily autonomy. And then what happens. And if the government really wants to ensure that they have no culpability, then the government allows independent physicians and independent press and independent lawyers or elected officials into the facilities to guarantee that the issue is not the facilities and the condition of the facility. But that's not happening because that there is an issue with the condition of the facilities.
I'm sorry. Am I still echoing? I don't know.
Yeah.
What that is. I saw someone. I don't know. I hate listening to an echo when I'm on live, so I'm gonna drop. I would like to continue this conversation, but I hate an echo even more, so I'm just gonna drop down. I don't know what's going on my end.
Yeah, it only echoes when I'm talking back to you. Yeah, so that's why. So like when I speak, I have to mute you or it echoes.
Okay, I don't know why that is, but I mean, it's funny. I forgot exactly what you were just saying, but
So what I said is that the United States government wants to say, hey, Jamie, if the United States government wants to ensure that they are not deemed culpable for someone on a hunger strike in case they die, then what the government could very easily do is bring in independent physicians, the elected representative for that individual's district. They could allow an independent journalist, and there are multiple ways to have people come into that facility to be able to state, hey, listen, the conditions are not what this person is saying, and this hunger strike is their own choice. And then the government stays not culpable. If you go to the hospital right now, no matter if you are bleeding and damn near death, if you say, I want to leave, they say, okay, well, you are leaving on your own volition, and whatever happens to you, happens to you. Why? Because we have bodily autonomy as human beings, as individuals.
Right, but to my understanding, an ICE detention center is a government facility, right? And you can't just walk into any government facility, whether you be an independent investigator, journalist, physician, or the case may be. There's a reason why, like, it's a detention facility.
But this is why I said the detention facility could facilitate their arrival. So what I said was, if the government wanted to ensure that they were not held culpable, then the government could arrange to have an independent physician, the elected representative of that person's district, an independent journalist. There are a variety of measures that the government could take to allow people into the facilities to verify the conditions and mitigate the claim that the reason for the hunger strike is because of the conditions.
I mean, I guess that's a way that they can approach it, but outside of, so in terms of the conditions, where is this evidence coming from that the conditions are not up to par?
So there's been many lawyers from the facilities. There have been many people within the facilities that have spoken with journalists outside of those facilities, have spoken with family members outside of the facilities, that have been able to state that. So there's plenty of it. And my point is simply this: if the government wants to prove that those conditions do not exist, then all they have to do is allow an outside inspection. That's it.
An outside inspection from who exactly?
I just gave you a list. I literally said it could be the elected representatives for that district. So whether that's the state legislatures, whether that's the congressional legislators, whoever that is, like I've listed a myriad of individuals that could come in from the outside to do an assessment of the facility.
But aren't there some level of like privacy concerns in terms of the detainees that are restricting them from doing that?
No, because when you're detained, you don't have an expectation of privacy. You're detained.
Well, I mean, I guess that's an option, but going back to
I think it's a better option than force feeding someone and destroying their bodily autonomy.
No, I understand that, right? But in the case where someone is purposely not eating and risking their life, I guess you're okay with them withering away versus being forced, medical treatment.
I am okay with that individual exercising their rights 100%. And I am okay with not violating their bodily autonomy when there is a way to resolve the situation that doesn't require violating someone else's body. Yes, I am. Listen, I don't have to agree with what you choose to do, right? So listen, we have millions, thousands upon thousands of people in this world with eating disorders. And we know that those eating disorders are causing them bodily harm. We do not take anorexic individuals and force feed them. We do not take bulimic people and force medical treatment upon them, right? We don't take morbidly obese people and put them in hospitals and force them to do what's right for their bodies. We don't do that for a reason. It is your body.
Again, I think this is a little different considering that the person is in government custody, because if they were to suffer to the point of, no longer existing, then the headline would have been individuals starved to death in ICE detention.
So we can talk about, but we can talk about individuals. Do you know, let me ask you a question, LaShawn. Can you tell me how many people have died inside ICE custody in the last year?
I do not know that answer.
Okay. It's a lot, and it's not from hunger strikes. So I'm going to give you the numbers. So in 2026, 21 deaths have been reported this year. Last year in 2025, 33 deaths, which is the highest in multiple years. People died in ICE custody. 11 in 2024. So 7 in 2023, 3 in 2022, 5 in 2021, 18 in 2020. So when we talk about being worried about someone dying in ICE custody, a hunger strike is not the way that it's generally occurring. And there's we have dozens of people already perishing. And you still do not, let me just explain this. When you are in custody, you do not lose your bodily autonomy.
I am aware of that, but again, if you're under someone's custody, you're under their care, right? Especially, again, this is a government agency that has detained you, I'm assuming, against your will. So they do have a responsibility to make sure that you are healthy and make sure
No,
that you are,
they don't.
in a sense, alive.
They have a responsibility to offer.
3 meals a day.
They have a responsibility to provide those meals. They do not have a responsibility nor the authority to force you to eat it.
So then you would have been okay with them allowing this person to...
I just said that repeatedly.
Okay.
And I also told you what I would have preferred before that.
Okay, that's really why I have, because I just wanted to make sure that you would have said that you're okay with them. You would have been fine if they just died in ICE custody.
No, that's not what I said. And let me be clear about that. No, here's what I said. I would have been fine without the government interfering with this individual's bodily autonomy.
Even if that meant that they would have died.
If that person chose to die from not eating, that would be that person's choice.
Okay, so you would have been okay with them allowing that person to take the...
I don't know any other way to say what I'm saying to you.
Okay, so that's what I just wanted to...
I said to you, and so here's what you're not going to do. Let me say it very clearly, LaShawn. Let me say it very clearly. My first preference would be for ICE to have a facility, right, with conditions that did not induce someone to go on a hunger strike. That would be the first. Let's just have conditions in detention facilities that do not create a situation where someone goes on a hunger strike. That's number one. Number two, if someone goes on a hunger strike and the government wants to ensure that they are not held responsible because their conditions don't warrant a hunger strike, then the government can allow in independent individuals to assess their facilities, whether those are elected representatives on a state or federal level, whether those are independent physicians or sanitary inspections, any of those types of people. So that's number two, if the government wanted to do it. And number three, the government could not interfere with someone else's bodily autonomy. Period. That's not difficult. If I choose to sit here today and stop eating, if I choose to sit in a jail cell and stop eating, the government does not have the right to force food down my throat. It actually has been deemed as torture.
Okay, I just wanted to get clarity on how comfortable.
So can you share with me what you're clear on? Can you share with me what your understanding of what I said is?
My understanding of what you said is basically this: because of this person's right to bodily autonomy, then the staff at the detention center should have just allowed them to wither away.
So no, what I said is, and you are intentionally misrepresenting what I said.
I heard you.
No, ma'am, you didn't. LaShawn, no, you didn't. Here's what I said. What I said I would have preferred. What did I say I would have preferred?
You said you would have preferred for the conditions to be better at the ICE detention center, so that whoever this is, even though I'm reading the article on The Guardian that you referenced, and there's no clear, barely even an insinuation that the reason for this particular person's hunger strike was because of the conditions of that facility. It says that someone, a third person, someone else basically insinuated that, but it's
that's not what it says.
It's not even clear that this was this person's specific motivation. Basically, I have the article right in front of my face right now, and I'm reading.
So do I.
Of it. And basically, it says that I forgot where I just looked over it. It basically said that, but if they admit openly that they are hunger strikes, they admit that the conditions in detentions are so bad that people are willing to forego food in order to raise awareness about the situation. It never said that this specific person that was their motivation.
So let me be clear.
Going on the high.
I'm going to be very clear again. Okay. Because I'm literally reading the article in front of my face and I read it already. I read it already. Okay. There have been multiple hunger strikes across ICE detention centers in response to the conditions. The government has repeatedly said that their conditions are not unsanitary and that they haven't been engaging in psychological torture and all of that. It says that, right? It says that that they denied that the reason. So let me just say this: the reason that the government would deny something is because it's been alleged, right? So people have alleged that the hunger strikes are to protest unsanitary conditions, medical neglect, and what strikers have described as physical and psychological torture in detention centers, right? And if you go to the letter, so here is one. Do you see where it says have described as psychological and physical torture? Do you see where there's a link there where you can actually go look at the letter written by someone in detention?
Yes, I see that.
Okay, and when you read that letter describes what they consider to be physical and psychological torture. So what this article is saying very clearly is that people that have gone on hunger strikes have made the allegations that it is due to the conditions at the facilities. The government has denied that the conditions at the facilities are the driving factor for the hunger strikes. All of that, to be quite frank, is irrelevant. At the end of the day, the government does not have the right to forcibly catheterize someone in their custody. People have bodily autonomy. That's not rocket science to me.
I'm sorry, I'm reading the secondary letter here that was linked in the article.
I mean, it's several pages long.
Yeah, I'm just like glossing over it really quickly. It doesn't seem like this was from a detainee. This is a secondary letter, I guess, written on their behalf by someone else. But either way, you said that even in the Guardian.
Why did you say that? Because that's not true. It literally says, by means of the present, it says, we take the liberty of providing an account of the situation that thousands of immigrants, and it says, we speak directly of Delaney Hall, New Jersey, 07105. Initially, we ask for forgiveness for the way we entered the United States. We. So that would mean that they are speaking for themselves as immigrants, yes or no?
Okay, I had to click a second link.
Are you going to the first letter?
Because the first one, it said this is a secondary letter. And then when I clicked on read the letter here, then it came to the actual letter, the first link in the article.
So again, the letters are there for people to read. There's a first and a second letter. So share with me what you think, because here's the difference. And you still have a lot. Are you on Bluetooth by any chance?
No, I'm on my regular phone. That's why I don't understand what's going on.
Okay, are you recording?
No, I'm not recording. I'm just on my phone. Like this is the first time I'm dealing with this echo issue. I don't know what's going on. I'm on my regular phone. No other mic or headphones or nothing else. I'm having you on speaker here. I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, I don't know. Anyway, so here's my thing. Y'all relax. It doesn't matter if she's recording, so am I. The TikTok records itself. I don't care. Listen, if someone chooses to try to clip me, I don't ever care. And the reason why is because I have the entirety of the conversation. And I have no problem putting out the entirety of a conversation if someone attempts to misrepresent what I'm saying. Y'all understand that? I literally don't give, I don't care. And I don't care because I have the entirety of the conversation. I know what it is that I'm saying, and I have no issue presenting the entirety of what I said because what I've said is pretty accurate, right? And here's the deal. Number one, when you joined the panel, LaShawn, the very first thing that you said was that these people were in custody because they entered illegally. You said, I assume that. And my thing is, I don't assume that. And the reason I don't assume that is because there are plenty of people in custody and dead, as a matter of fact, who entered the country legally. So no, I don't assume that just because someone is in custody, that it is because they entered illegally. I don't assume that. Second, if someone is choosing to go on a hunger strike, right, that is that person's right to do with their body and their life as they choose. If the government is so concerned about ensuring that that person is alive, right, and does not wither away, to use your words, then the government could simply take that person to a medical facility. They could have independent people come in and inspect the facility. The government could hold a fucking press conference and bring the press in and say, look at the pristine conditions that our detainees live in. There is no reason for this person to wither away from not eating. All of those are viable options that the government could do rather than violate someone's body and forcibly feed them, forcibly catheterize them, and make them give involuntary blood draws. Those are all things, and it's pretty simple. You're on mute, LaShawn. I don't know if you know that.
Yeah, I just realized that. I mean, I hear what you're saying about the independent investigators and reporters and journalists going into these detention centers to make sure that the conditions are up to par. I understand what you're saying about the fact that there's people that enter illegally and may still be here illegally, because that's definitely a possibility of someone entering the country legally and either overstaying a visa or whatever the case may be, and now technically they're in the country illegally and are being detained by ICE, which is, again, if you break a country's law, you have to face the repercussions of doing so.
There are people, I want to interject really quickly though. There are people that enter the country here legally, are legal currently right now, legally going through their immigration process and illegally detained. So what I am telling you and what the evidence supports is that there are people in ICE custody who have a legal status right now.
If you are here legally and you have the documentation to prove that you were here legally, even if you are currently illegal and in the process of seeking legal status here in the country, your current status is still illegal.
No, ma'am, it's not. No, ma'am, it's not.
Okay.
If you are given, so let me be clear. No, it is not. So how familiar are you with Title VIII?
Unfamiliar. I'm sure you'll educate me.
Well, I mean, Title VIII is the actual immigration law. So that's the reason why I asked that question. So when you are going through the legal process, you have legal standing. That means you're not here illegally. You're not a citizen, but you're not here illegally.
But in order to stay, and I'm okay with admitting that I guess maybe I'm not as knowledgeable on this as you are, but if I am, so for example, if I come here legally, I overstay a visa, and I'm in the process of, I don't know, reconciling that in some way, shape, or form, then that gives me a right to stay here?
It does, until the court says, because the court has not given a deportation order. So according to our immigration law, if there is not a deportation order, then you do not have the right to be deported. So
And
if
you're
if
saying
the
that
court,
there's a large amount of people that have been in ICE custody that has that status.
correct, the gentleman that the gentleman that ICE just killed the other day has a legal status. He's been given a social security number and a work permit to work in this country.
Okay. I don't know too much about that, so I'm not gonna comment on that. But so okay, I didn't know it was a large amount of people. I assumed that, you know, the people that are in ICE detention facilities don't have legal status. I mean, if it's a lot of people that are, you know, here legally and they're ending up in ICE, then I guess I would agree with you that it's a problem. Even though I thoroughly don't believe that, but I guess I have to take your word because I don't have.
Well, no, you don't have
I
to take my word.
numbers to
Literally,
say that the people that are in ICE currently right now
mhm.
have legal status to be here, and that's the majority of them.
Mm-hmm. So let me ask you a question. Okay, so and I'm fine with going down this path, and talking about immigration. Okay, so a couple of things. When people come into this country, if they are coming, there are many different ways to get here, right? So whether you are coming on one of the many different types of visas that we have, right? Or whether you are coming here under asylum, refugee status, temporary protected status, whether you are coming under CAT status, there's a lot of different statuses that you can come into this country under Title VIII. Okay, when you enter the country, it is a misdemeanor. It's a civil infraction. It's not a criminal offense. And so what you get is a notice to appear. So it's like if you were to run a stop sign and you got a ticket from the officer and it had a date and it had your court date, right? And then you're free to go until your court date. That is what happens with our immigration system after you go through the normal check. The normal check process, the evaluation, the interview process is around 90 minutes long. They take an hour and a half. And our immigration systems are connected with other country systems all the way like to the nth degree. So I think sometimes people misunderstand that when you come to the border, there's no expectation of documentation. There's no ability to check or vet who a person is. That's just not accurate. Okay. So when you come in and you now have a notice to appear and you are free to go until your notice to appear, you don't have a criminal status, right? You just have a notice to appear in court and to go to your immigration judge. Okay. So once that happens, if you go before that immigration judge and you then begin the process, whether it's to get temporary protected status, withholding from removal status, CAT status, whatever, if the judge grants you that, right? And all you have check-ins with ICE as you go through that process, you are still here legally. You're just not a citizen. Okay. And many of the people that we have in ICE custody right now are people with regular immigration checks, regular ICE checks. The most prominent case that many people have heard of is Kilmar Abrego Garcia. Kilmar Abrego Garcia had a withholding from removal status. He was checking in with ICE on a regular basis, just like he was supposed to, right? And so he was here legally. He should have never been put on a plane to go to CCOT. And so that is a problem that we currently have.
So, say for example, I'm trying to get into this country, right? And I cross the border. Am I immediately giving that notice to appear, or is it every single person that has crossed the border was given that notice to appear?
No.
Okay.
No.
So
and
people that are, go ahead, sorry.
Yeah, that's okay. And so, and not only does not everybody get that, right? But in addition to that, so let's just say that I come into the country illegally in the United States of America, and I'm coming because I meet one of the criteria, or I believe that I meet one of the criteria to seek asylum here. I can be legally, I can be in the United States of America for 11 months and 29 days before I even have to claim asylum status. Before I even have to seek asylum, I can be here a year before I even do that. And that's according to the law that exists. So if people,
so basically you're saying someone can cross the border
Mhm.
and they can be here for basically almost a year and they're legally here, even though they haven't filed for asylum, they haven't made any claims. So you just walk across and then you can stay here for almost a year.
Yes, under asylum law. If you're going to seek asylum, that's true. And get this, you don't even have to come in at a port of entry. So according to the law is 8 USC 1158, right? That's asylum law. And asylum law says that once you are present on our soil, okay, whether it says you can come in between a port of entry, at a port of entry, or you can come in from the damn ocean, and it doesn't matter. And once you are here, you can fall under asylum law. And that means you have up to 12 months before you have to start the asylum process.
But going back to what you said earlier about, crossing the border being a misdemeanor, wouldn't that person then be basically committing a misdemeanor by just walking across and not going?
Not if when they are encountered. Watch. Not if they are encountered and they say, I am here to seek asylum.
So all they would have to do is say, I'm here to seek asylum.
No.
And
Nope.
good.
Nope. What actually happens is when someone says, I desire to seek asylum, there's an initial asylum screening that Customs and Border Patrol takes them through. And they have to meet a criteria for that asylum screening. So there's two parts. So there's an immediate screening, and they have to meet that the screening, or they don't move on to the second part. So no, it's not just that simple. But what happens is they say, oh, I'm here to seek asylum. Okay, great. Let's go. You're going to go in. And then they go into a room and there's actually a screening process. Yep.
Okay. So it sounds like we need some reform on our immigration laws, because if I can just walk across the border, basically hang out for 6 months to almost a year, and then the minute I'm encountered, all I have to say is the magical words that I'm seeking asylum, and then I go through this legal process. That's not fair.
Well, so what happens is, so here's what happens. It's called due process, but here's what happens is once you go through the screening. At the end of that screening, if you do not qualify for asylum, right? If you don't pass that first screening, then you get your notice to appear. And you go before that judge, and then that immigration judge determines whether or not you meet any other criteria, or whether you get a deportation order. Okay, that's what happens then. So it's not a willy-nilly process. It's not anything that's not. I mean, it's really, really expensive, but it's very different. And almost every other country has asylum laws the same way that we do. Okay, almost all of them do. So Mexico has asylum laws. Canada has asylum laws. Plenty of country has asylum laws. Matter of fact, we agreed to have them. So that would be number one. Number two, we had an opportunity to change immigration law in this country. And the singular reason we do not have it is because the current president of the United States asked the Senate to not pass the bill. And that's a fact. And I can actually I can play you the clip of Senator Lankford on Fox News telling the Fox News anchor directly, word for word, that it was the president of the United States, who was then a candidate for president, who asked Senate Republicans to not pass the Lankford bill, even though it was a standalone immigration bill. And he even goes on to detail how those same Senate Republicans were misrepresenting the bill, and that it did not just allow 5,000 people a day into the country, because that wasn't accurate either. It's a 6-minute clip.
I know what bill you're referring to. I know exactly what you're referring to, and I agree with with Trump when he instructed the Senate, or he pressured, or he influenced them, or whatever the case may be, to not pass the bill, because there were certain aspects of that bill that just was not fair.
Like what?
To be quite honest, and I mean,
like
based
what?
on what I read, it did allow a large amount of people.
No, it didn't.
To enter into the, yes, it did.
No, it didn't. I'm going to show you that it didn't. I'm going to show you the senator that wrote the bill.
There's no number that I'm going to agree on.
It actually cut it off. I'm going to show you, because what you're saying is just like inaccurate.
No, I'm telling you, I don't know what number.
I don't care what you're telling me. I'm telling you that it's inaccurate. It didn't give a large number of anything. And I can actually play the clip.
One too many is too much for me. So it doesn't really matter what the number is.
Right. So in other words, you don't really care about having an immigration system that works. You just want to be bigoted towards anybody that's coming across as an immigrant.
I think we should have an immigration system that works, but I also think that it should be fair. You can't say we're going to allow, right, people to just walk over the border.
That's not what the immigration bill said.
That is exactly what it said.
No, it didn't.
Okay, what did it say?
So whenever you open your mouth and you say one is too many, that tells me you're not interested in an immigration system that works or a fair immigration system. You just want to be bigoted in the immigration system.
Sure, that's fine. I guess I want to be bigoted.
Okay,
well,
well.
At the end of the day, I think that the current immigration system we have right now needs enormous reform, but I don't think it's going to be in the direction that you want it to be. The fact that someone is even allowed to walk over the U.S. border and hang out for almost a year is absurd.
Well, that's not what happens. And here's what I'm going to say. So listen, let me be clear. I don't argue with people. Once I know that people don't actually want like a sincere conversation about an immigration law that works, and once people say that, you just want to be bigoted and one is too many, then you're not somebody that I'm really going to go into much more conversation with, because you don't have a real interest in getting a system that works. You just have a bigoted viewpoint, and I don't argue with bigots. I don't argue with bigots. I don't do it. I don't.
Okay, I mean, you can call me a bigot, but
no, ma'am, you called yourself a bigot.
No, first of all, I said if you want to say that, that's fine.
No. What is so can we, let's just talk, hold on. LaShawn, here's the question that I have for you. Can you define for me, what is a bigot? What does a bigot do?
Honestly, that word has been thrown around so much at this point, I don't even know.
Well, okay, I can help you. So a bigot is someone that has a negative view of another group of people before you even get to know them, and you desire to discriminate against them based on that view with no evidence or anything about that individual. And what you just said is, hold on, what you just said is one is too many. You have a bigoted view, right? You want to be bigoted towards immigrants. That's what a bigot is. So don't get mad at me because I call you the thing that you are describing you are.
Me saying that we should have an immigration system that is extremely limited.
No, that's not what you said, ma'am. You said one is too many.
Oh yes, I stand by that.
Okay, so then that is, you want to be a bigot.
Being bigoted just because of your subjective definition.
No, it's not a subjective definition. Look it up.
Sanity. That's exactly.
Look it up. What does it mean to be a bigot?
I got your definition.
It's not my definition. It is the definition. I asked you for your definition.
That's fine, but I wouldn't say that applies to my position. That me saying that we should have that, yes, one too many persons being able to just walk over the border and stay here, okay, and go through this extensive frivolous process.
It's not frivolous.
It is completely frivolous. It makes absolutely no sense.
So were you born in the United States of America, LaShawn?
I'm sorry?
Were you born here?
No, I was not.
Okay, and so what was the process that you went through to?
The process that I went through to get here was my father immigrated here legally, and he had to submit documents.
And so what was his process? He came here under what status?
He came here because of my grandfather.
And your grandfather came here how?
Honestly, I don't know. I don't know the background.
So you don't know that anybody came here legally. You're just saying that you did.
Sure, because we're all here legally, so I'm assuming that.
No, I mean, once you're born here, you're legal here. So you're telling me you have birthright citizenship.
I don't have. I mean, no, I don't. I was granted legal status here because I entered the country legally under.
So somebody came here and then somebody sponsored you here?
Well, yes, basically, yes.
Right. So somebody sponsored you here. And so the person that sponsored you here, you don't know if they came here legally?
I just told you my dad came here legally. My grandfather, I'm not.
So because your grandfather sponsored your daddy?
Yeah.
Right. But did your grandfather come here legally?
I believe so, yes. I mean,
and under what way? You believe so, but how?
You can ask me. I already answered your question. I already said I'm not sure.
Right. So here's the thing that is absolutely wild to me. You literally do not know. You do not know if your current legal status is due to your grandfather's illegal status, and yet you have these wild opinions on immigration without knowing your own status, without knowing your own family's immigration status history, and without knowing accurate immigration law.
Ma'am, you can say all you want to say.
No, I'm not. No, listen, I'm not making it personal.
Let me finish? Are you going to let me finish? You asked me a personal question, so you've made.
That's not making it personal.
You asked me a question about where I'm from, then I told you, and you continue to ask more questions about my personal life. How has that not made this personal?
Yeah, because so when I say I'm not making it personal, so let me just, so here's what I mean by that. When I say I'm not making it personal, is that what I am saying is that I am not denigrating you, right? It's context for the conversation. So here's my context. Right? So I'm a US citizen, born here, raised here. My mother is a US citizen, and her family always born here, raised here, right? On my father's side, I can go back 4th generation to my enslaved great grandmother, right? Who was enslaved in this country after, Africans were brought here. So like I can say that, and on top of knowing how my immigration status came to be in my family, right? I can also tell you the difference between Title 8, Title 42, the Remain in Mexico versus like all of those are all different immigration laws and policies. And so I know the difference. I know why the numbers looked the way they looked under the Biden administration, because I know the difference between Title 8 and Title 42. Right? And so for me, it's not about a personal thing about, oh, you this and oh, me this. It's about the context of the conversation. So the context of my view is not only knowing my family's immigration history, but also knowing immigration law and immigration policies that affected immigration law for the last decade. And so it is important when we talk about your view of immigration to apply that same context, that not only do you not know your family's immigration history status, but you're not familiar with immigration law or immigration policy to be able to make those distinctions. And yet you have a very apparently intense view and deliberate view that one immigrant too many in this is too many in this country, right? And so that's the context of the conversation.
I would like to add some context to this conversation. First of all, you keep saying immigrant, right? The conversation that I am having here is about illegal immigration. As an immigrant, it would be absurd for me to have issue with immigration in general. America's a wonderful country. I can't blame anyone for wanting to be here, right? So the purpose of even getting on here was to discuss the illegal immigration that we are currently dealing with, right? Which started with the whole ICE detention situation. My perspective just now was you laid out very wonderfully. I have to give you your props. The process that someone goes through when they cross the border. And my response to that is, if that is the case, I can only take your word for it until I go do my own research. Then there should be reform to the process that someone goes through when they walk across the border or they enter this country. And in my opinion, because like I said, when I came here, there was an extensive process that I and my family had to go through before we were able to stay here legally. And I think the same should apply to everyone that deems to enter this country. Not every single person that wants to come here has the ability or the privilege to just simply walk across our southern or the northern border and say, hey, I want to stay here, or I claim asylum in case. Maybe there's people that have to act, that are forced. I have family members that are not, that have to go through the legal process that, I mean, I guess you can say that the process that the people that hop over the border is also to some extent legal, but it's a much more rigorous process. And I think that that should be applied across the board, which is why I thought the Remain in Mexico policy made a ton of sense. I don't have a problem with people wanting to come over here. That's why when you call me a bigot, I'm like, that's insane. What I'm saying is the process should be a lot more general and a lot more rigorous.
So can you define for me what makes an immigrant illegal?
What makes it if they are here without legal status, which is why I was. When
That's not true.
Okay, then go ahead. Go ahead.
I mean, it's not true. Like literally. So this is the point that I'm making, is that a permanent legal resident is the only way that you are not considered an unauthorized immigrant. That's it. You can be here on temporary.
What in the case of someone that was that had a deportation order that is still here? Are they here legally or illegally?
So someone that has a deportation order is in custody awaiting deportation.
No, but what if they're not technically in custody? What if they
then they don't have a deportation order.
So you're saying everybody that has a deportation order is automatically transferred into ICE custody?
The judge gives the order in court that day. Yeah. Like, so listen, so again, I'm going to go back. I have a document I want to show you real quick. Give me 1 second. Yes, baby. Okay. Once she gets off work. So, for those of you all who might be new to me, you can go to my Linktree, and there is a Google document that's there with a lot of immigration, and there's a whole section with links to immigration information and documentation that can help you with this subject. But first, let me just say this. Let me show you. So when I first got on this app before the 2024 election going live, and immigration was a hot button topic, I wanted to be sure that the information that I provided was accurate and that I understood immigration to the best of my ability, not being an immigration attorney. And so one of the first things that I looked at was this document right here from the Department of Homeland Security. It came out in April of 2024. And it's the estimates of the unauthorized immigrant population residing in the United States for these years to these years. Okay. And one of the first things that I found helpful was the definitions: legal residents and unauthorized immigrants. An unauthorized immigrant is anybody that doesn't have a permanent lawful resident status. So that includes DACA, that includes temporary protected status, that includes refugee status, that includes any other status if you are not a lawful permanent resident in this country. So that would be number one. That was the very first thing that it was important for me to understand so that I could communicate that effectively to people. Because the way the government defines people is incredibly important to understanding the numbers and the terminology that is used. Now, the other thing that was one of the most enlightening things that I've talked about quite a bit, and I'm going to show it to you really quickly, is to note this. So in 2022, we had about 11 million unauthorized immigrants in this country. Out of that 11 million, 1.5 million came between 1980 and 1999. 3.4 million came between 1990 and 1999. 3.9 million came between 2000 and 2009. And only 2.3 million came after 2010. Okay. So when they talk about this huge influx and we're just being invaded and all of that, it's actually not accurate. And it's important for people to know when the majority of the unauthorized immigrants came to this country, and how it works, because it's not this, oh, whatever. The process is incredibly extensive. Whether once you are encountered and you go through the system, it is incredibly extensive. Oops, hold on one second. Okay. So when you understand that, then you then begin to know. And so one of the things that I have done is actually have a couple of immigration attorneys on this live with me. Why? To understand the process, to know how it works from the people who are actually in it, not just something that I'm hearing about from a particular news agency or whatever. So here's what happens. We have many different immigration laws. And do we need immigration reform? We do. Lankford's bill, I didn't even like, to be honest. I didn't, there are, and the reason I didn't, well, there are a lot of reasons that I didn't like it, but I want to show you what Senator Lankford, I'm going to play it. So Senator Lankford is the very, very ultra conservative senator from Oklahoma. And it was his bill that was a standalone immigration bill in 2024. And that bill was bipartisan. Everyone was going to pass it, right? Until we got into the last 6 months of the election, right? Before the 2024 election. And the Republican Party needed to run on immigration. They needed a scapegoat. And this is not the only time that we have seen this take place. I mentioned it yesterday, and I'm going to mention it again today. In the 1988 election, when George Bush was going up against Dukakis, and they needed a racial sticking point to impact an election, they used Willie Horton, right? And they used Willie Horton's mugshot to influence that election. Immigration, quote unquote, Haitians eating dogs and cats and all of that derogatory bullshit. That is what came to play in 2024. And so if you listen, this is Senator Lankford on Fox News. And I am sharing this through the use of Fair Use Act so that people understand what transpired in this bill. So let me keep going. Here we go.
Enter Senator James Lankford, the Oklahoma Republican who had crafted together that bipartisan deal that looked like it could have removed any of this separate palace and tree, but it never happened. The senator kind enough to join us. Senator, good to see you again.
Good to see you again as well.
You think about it, Senator, your work and working with others to come up with a plan to at least address some of these pressing issues at the border. It ultimately never happened. It had a good deal of support, but it didn't go anywhere. Bottom line, then the other issue with Mayorkas did. That didn't go anywhere. He's still staying in the job. So what's to stop me from thinking nothing changed?
Yeah, well, 5,800 plus yesterday crossed the border illegally. That continues to be day after day. The media has just looked away from what's happening at the border, but it continues to be chaotic. My issue has always been I want to work with anybody on either side of the aisle that's willing to be able to stop the chaos at the border. If we can negotiate a deal to actually get this done, we'll do it. The White House has things that they could do, they're choosing not to do. Congress has things that they could do, they're choosing not to do. And that leaves us with 5,800 people a day still crossing the border while everyone's pointing fingers at everybody. At the end of the day, we do have to solve this. This is a major national security risk. And yesterday's impeachment trial,
so they're going to talk about Mayorkas. So I'm going to fast forward till we get to the last bit where we're talking about the actual bill. Because I don't want to talk about Mayorkas. Here we go.
To enforce the law and who has new interpretations of the law to let more people not good.
I get it. This common misnomer of the 5,000 a day, some of my colleagues have mentioned this. That's actually factually not true with it. The way the bill was set up is the very first person they came across would have been detained, quickly screened, and deported.
So that is Senator Lankford describing his bill. At the first person to come across the border illegally, they would be detained. They would have been screened. and they would have been deported. There was no 5,000 a day. There was no large number of illegals allowed in under the Lankford bill. That is not true. Here we go.
So it was a very rapid turnaround from the very first person that came across the border. But it also did set up an extreme measure that if we have these large caravans and other folks that come in and we get 5,000, it takes away due process when you get to that number and they're just detained and deported. So the first person detained, screened quickly and deported. If you get to 5,000, they're just detained and deported. But it doesn't wait till 5,000 to do something. It did it at the very first moment. That was the great misnomer. What Senator Barrasso was saying in that, though, is actually correct, that this is not just a Mayorkas issue. This is a Biden issue because the State Department is no longer pushing people back to recalcitrant countries. The Department of Justice is no longer prosecuting folks. ICE is no longer gathering folks up in the interior and deporting them. And DHS is no longer stopping people at the border. This is a whole of government effort to be able to advance the number of people coming in and not turning people around.
You're a real gentleman about this, and I know you're not trying to zing your colleagues, but it's your colleagues in your party, sir, who torpedoed this, who didn't get the facts right on what you just outlined was in that measure. They killed it. Ironically, not Democrats.
Not Democrats.
Right. It was, and it was painful to be able to watch. It got stirred up in all the presidential politics, and several of my colleagues started looking for ways. After President Trump said, don't fix anything during the presidential election. It's the single biggest issue during the election. Don't resolve this. We'll resolve it next year. Quite a few of my colleagues backed up, looked for a reason to be able to shoot against it, and then walked away. I get that. That's a decision everybody makes in it. My issue is if we're pursuing everything, we very often end up with nothing. If we're pursuing someone coming later to fix it, later seems to never come. When we have a moment to fix things, we should fix as many things as we can then come back later and fix the rest.
So that is Senator Lankford of Oklahoma, the sponsor of the bill. Hey, Doug. And him telling you, in fact, that this misnomer, that it would have allowed thousands of people illegally into the border before it ever did anything, was not right. And second, that it was, in fact, Senate Republicans at the request of President Trump who did not pass this bill. So for anybody that is unhappy with immigration, please go talk to your Republican Party and to your President of the United States. LaShawn, if you would like to respond.
I mean, I'm pretty happy with how my president of the United States is currently responding to the immigration issues. So I don't.
Why do you think that he's not my president?
I mean, I'm just repeating exactly what you said. You said you're a president. I was just repeating your verbiage.
Right. So let me ask you a question. So you're fine that we don't have new immigration law?
I think what we're having right now, considering just how controversial this issue is, I think having a more moderate approach, even though I'm pretty sure you would disagree that Trump's approach is moderate, I think considering that, I think what he's doing right now in terms of, ramping up the deportation and closing the border, I think it's the best that we can ask for.
But we haven't actually ramped up deportation. My question to you, because you said you are unhappy. You said you are unhappy with immigration law. We need a better immigration system. My question to you is, are you happy that we do not have better immigration law in this country?
No, but considering the context of, the current political climate, I think what we have is the best that we can ask for.
Why? We had a bill. And right now, and here's what's crazy. So listen, LaShawn, not only did we have a bill then, we have a Republican majority in the House and in the Senate. Why don't we have, and why don't we have immigration legislation? We have had a majority Republican Senate, a majority Republican House, and a Republican executive branch for 18 months. If immigration is an issue that needs to be fixed and we need new immigration law, why hasn't this Congress, with a Republican majority and a Republican president, passed immigration law in 18 months?
I didn't hear the end of your question, but I guess I'm going to just answer based on what I heard. I wish the Republicans that we have right now were way more aggressive in the policies that they put forth and what they go after. Trust me, I want them to be more aggressive. The issue is politicians always think about elections and being able to be elected. They are very much concerned about looking bad to their.
I don't believe that, and I'm going to tell you why.
I mean,
do you think that it looks good? Do you think that it looks good? Do you think that it looks good to cut the funding for pregnant and postpartum mothers to eat fruits and vegetables, and to cut the budget for toddlers to eat fruits and vegetables? Does that look good?
Oh, so are we shifting the conversation?
No, I'm asking a specific question. Does that look good?
Does it look good to no, that doesn't look good.
Okay, based on
even based on the way that you're framing it, I am pretty sure there's more to it.
No, there's not. Don't say you're pretty sure. Have you read the bill? Have you read the appropriations?
I'm sorry?
Have you read the appropriations for WIC?
No, I have not.
So then why are you sure there's more to it?
Because based on your political leanings, I'm pretty sure.
What are my political leanings? What are my political leanings? What are they? Because let me ask you this. Out of everything that I have said here today, LaShawn, here's my question. Real simple. Yeah, because you're bigoted.
So you asked me a question.
I did. And you're a bigot because you literally, instead of going on facts, you are judging based on what you think my political leanings are. So this is what's wild to me. What's wild to me is you are sure that there's more to it because what you think my political leanings are. Now, you don't know what the fuck the more is. You don't know anything else about it, but you are sure that it can't be what I say because you don't like my political leanings. However, there's not a damn thing that I have said that you can say is wrong. Crazy work. Before I bring other people up to this panel, let me be clear. Here's what I don't do. I don't determine that just because of your political leanings, there has to be something else to the story. You want to know why? Because I actually want to know the facts. So if I go and I get the facts, then your political leanings don't even matter. And that's the difference. You want to make assumptions based off Republican and Democrat, and I want to make determinations based off facts and information. There's the difference, beloved. Folks, when I bring you to this panel, keep yourself on mute until I get to you. Don't use slurs of any kind. You will be muted and booted. And yes, I just began to talk over her because I got tired of the bullshit and the disingenuousness and the fact that she doesn't know what she's talking about. At some point, I will get irritated at someone who continues to express an opinion that is not rooted in fact and just has only their own prejudice to go off of. Huh? Whenever his mama asked me, was there a time she needed to get him? All right, so I'm going to bring some more folks up to the panel. If you are on Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, and you would like to join from that side of the world, the link to do so is in the comments. All right, folks, put yourself on mute until I get to you. Whoops. I got you, Susie. No worries. I got you. I don't want to join. That was cute. Trevor. Trevor, did you mean to request up? Trevor, going once, going twice.
Take it out. No, I didn't request up.
I got you. No worries. What's up, Jen?
Hey, Danny.
How are you, fellow veteran friend of mine?
So I kind of wanted to hit on some of the stuff you were talking about earlier, with the immigration detainment facilities, whatever you want to call them, concentration camps. I worked in a detainment facility in Afghanistan. There's absolutely a way for organizations to come in, and the government let them in when I was there. And they came in and they talked to detainees, and they looked at our procedures and our SOPs and our policies, and they looked at our kitchens and how we fed them and what was how we handled refusals for food and all that stuff. So there is a way to do it. If a military detainee facility can have people come in, then a government agency that is holding people illegally can have people come in. It's not that hard.
Correct.
And we were never allowed, and they've never even had an option to force somebody to eat, to force somebody to take medication, to force somebody to shower.
Right.
So that whole conversation is just asinine to me.
Right. It's wild. It's just crazy work. It's crazy work. And so this is the thing, folks. So if you're new to this space, you might not know Jen. Jen is a vet like myself, worked in a detention center in Afghanistan. That's what she's describing to you now. And what she, if you guys couldn't hear over here, what she told you is that even in Afghanistan, in her military detention center, there were agencies that came into the facility that absolutely looked at the food, that looked at their processes, their SOPs, and all of those things to ensure that things were being done appropriately. And if people were refusing food, what was their procedure for handling that, which, by the way, spoiler alert, was not forced feeding, was not forced catheterization, was not forced unauthorized blood draws, just so we're clear.
Yeah, and they weren't government agencies that came in. They were independent. The Red Cross came in. I can't remember the name of the other organization that came in, but there were tons of organizations that had nothing to do with our government or anybody else's government that were there specifically for the people that were detained to make sure that they were properly cared for. Because regardless of what anybody thinks, whether it's a detainment facility, whether it's a jail, whether it's a prison, whatever, when you take somebody into custody, you are required to meet their basic needs. If that person refuses those basic needs, that is a choice they are making. So like when I worked at the jail on the United States side, if we had somebody that was refusing to eat, we did the basics. We took their vitals every day. We offered them food every day. We offered them water every day. We made the offers, but it was still their choice to refuse it because it is their autonomy.
Right.
So, I mean, it's not that hard. It's really easy to just understand that.
Yeah, it's very simple. And so one of the things that I see people like LaShawn try to do is they'll say, oh, so you would just rather. So they act like the choice is binary. The choice is either force feed you, force catheterize you, force, do unauthorized, involuntary blood draws, or let you die. They act like those are the only two choices. And whenever you hear someone give you a binary choice like that, and no matter how many times you articulate what the other options are, they keep coming back to that binary choice. That is someone that is disingenuous in the conversation and doesn't have a real desire to have an accurate understanding of the circumstances and the possible ways around things. So just saying.
Someone asked about healthy food. So we had dietitians in Afghanistan and on stateside. And like specifically for where I worked over in Afghanistan, especially during Ramadan, we took into account when they could and couldn't eat, when they could and couldn't drink, what they could and couldn't have, based on their diets, and made sure that that was provided for them. So, you know,
I lost you, Jen. There you go.
I'm trying to make this. I'm trying to figure out how to word this. As much as I have come to despise a lot of things that is going on and has gone on, I can say for me personally, I did everything I could to treat people with dignity and human decency.
Mm-hmm. Which is what we should all aspire to do, in my opinion. Yeah.
Carol, no maggots where I was at. I can say that. No
yeah.
Maggots.
So
and I can't say that for what's happening on the state side, because nobody is being allowed to go in to be held accountable. And that's a very specific reason they're not being allowed in. Because they don't believe, this government does not believe that the people that they are detaining deserve to be treated with human decency.
Correct. And that's the point.
They call them all these dehumanizing names. I can't think of them off the top of my head. Everybody knows what they call them. Mm-hmm. It's a specific reason. If they didn't have anything to hide, they would allow Congress in. If they didn't have anything to hide, they would allow attorneys into areas other than a little booth to talk to their person.
Yep.
When they're even allowed in.
When you begin the rhetoric, like they did 2 years ago, and you're calling them vermin, and you're calling them names, and you're saying they eat cats and dogs, and you are doing your best to dehumanize them, you get it to a place where people are okay with you treating them as less than human. And that's the thing that people need to be paying attention to. It's very easy, right? They've called them animals, vermin, all of those types of things. And that is dehumanizing language that is utilized for a specific purpose.
Using the word illegal.
Right. Or aliens. It is intentional, right? It is intentional to create an environment where you are okay with behavior that dehumanizes and that is inhumane to those people. And that's just what it is, right? It's not like this is the first time we've ever seen it. And we should know what it is, right? So just saying, I appreciate you sharing, Jen, especially the firsthand experience. So
yeah, no worries. I'm here for it.
100%. DD214. Good afternoon. How are you? DD214. Do you know you're on the panel? Did you mean to request up? I sent you an invitation to unmute. No, okay, got you. No worries. Okay, so real quick, because I know you're gonna be a minute, sis. So before you go, can I get a quick mod break so I can empty my bladder, and then I'll be right back. Appreciate you, Susie. Do I have a yeah, girl, I want to be here for it, so I just want to empty out first. Appreciate you, Phantom. Be right back, folks.
Hello, everyone. Welcome in. Make sure you tap the screen, share the live, do all the good things, get your numbers up, send your daily heart me's, your popular votes, and your W. Danny gift in there to get your points up. The higher the points, it helps the live get boosted in the algorithm and push her on to the FYPs of people that have not seen her yet. Hello, everyone. Good to see y'all. Good to see y'all. All my people are still asleep, which is why I'm in here. But yeah, Disney is coming up soon in about 2 days. But we're going to try and get a beach day if it doesn't rain. If you haven't joined her Discord, make sure you are joining her Discord. I am trying to find some free time to fix Discord because I know it has its problems right now. I did get the notifications back working. For those of you that was worried about the notifications. Hello. And also, if you want to become her guardian, which will help her boost also in the rankings, so that way, the more she goes live, the more money she can make. Make sure you under the exclusive gifts in the gift box, the Guardian Pledge. If you send one of those, the person that sends the most is the person that's the Guardian for the week. And you get special access, special badges, and all that good stuff to look special in her lives when you come in.
Look special.
You get to be the special somebody on her life.
You do. I appreciate you, Phantom. Thank you very, very, very much. As always, friend, appreciate you. Love you, mean it.
Love you too.
All right. So free to be me.
I'm going to start with a question. How are you today?
After that?
Right there. Oh my gosh. I was driving. So I was just, whenever I went to a stop sign, I was like trying to post questions. And when she said 1 is 2 minutes, I said, there it is, right there. There it is, right there.
Yep.
We have a superiority complex. She has a superiority complex and she thinks she is holier than thou.
Yep.
So have you ever heard of American States? OAS.
I don't think so.
OAS is the oldest international, I guess you could say, committee.
Yep. Oh, I got it now.
It began before the UN. It is, I think it's like 18 something is when it was established. And it is a collaborative meeting that used to be held amongst all of the Americas. And this actually is one of the first times when you will see international law being born.
Yep.
One of those laws is called the responsibility of the state. And in this, I guess you could say customary law, you have two types of law. You have laws that are written and laws that are behaved. They're like we all know some things are wrong and we will have consequences for them, but they weren't necessarily written. And customary law is applicable in a court of law. It is just not written as customary law. So responsibility of state was a customary law that identified all of the responsibilities a state has to those who are inhabited within those borders. So I want to state that. My questions to her and to any other MFers, see what I did there?
I know.
Who does the Constitution apply to? Okay. We have to ask that because I don't think she thinks the Constitution applies to everyone. I don't think she thought that either.
Right.
And what was Gitmo about? Jen, you remember Gitmo? Remember that whole Cuba thing?
Yeah.
Yes.
Where what they were doing there when they didn't allow anybody to go in and look? That's the red flag for me.
Yep.
I worked on prison reform. When Jen would do some of her reports, believe it or not, that would come to different organizations. Mm-hmm. Those organizations would go through a very beautiful, wonderful agency I worked through called USAID and State Department. And we would have specific sectors within State Department and USAID analyze the reports from that because there are rules for prisons. You cannot have children in prison. You cannot have women with the men. You cannot have people who have not been guilty of something on some prisons in with the general population yet. They have to go through due process.
Yep.
So those are some of the things that I worked on with prison reform in other countries, such as Afghanistan and other places in MENA, Middle East, North Africa. My last thing is refugee and asylum law. This is what I wanted to tell her more than anything because she's from Nigeria. Her heritage is from Nigeria. When you think of refugee and asylum law, I want you to think safety. I want you to think safety of yourself. I want you to pretend you are a refugee or asylum seeker and someone has a hit on your back or a hit on your family's back, okay? If you come in if we made it a port of entry, I hope you are all aware of Bosnia and Rwanda. If you funnel people in through a specific location, what is to stop the people who are targeting them from waiting there to pop them off?
Right.
You have to allow them to come through any port of entry because it is also making it difficult for the people who are coming after them to target them. And it's not exactly like this, but in Rwanda, the UN created this safe space for all of these Tutsis. And then they rolled out and left the Tutsis there. And the Hutus came in and just wiped them all out. That is what you would be looking at the borders if we were to create this, you have to wait in one spot for refugees and asylum seekers. You would be assisting in their unalignment and also violating the law of non-refoulement. The law of non-refoulement states you cannot send, and this is where this administration is seriously on the edge, and we need more research in this, Danny. The way they are deporting, I have repatriated over 60 people, to be clear. 60 people who all had their day in court. And if they were so bad, they don't go back to their country. They go in our prisons. We don't send the worst of the worst back to their country, actually. If they've done something heinous here, such as teeth, they go to our prison so we can make sure we can clock them.
Right.
We can clock them that way. But if you are not understanding that there has to be a process in order to vet them that does not violate their constitutional laws or the state's responsibility, you would not be having these turnovers the way the Trump administration has had. We had due process. So when she said that, I was like, she's never read the Constitution.
No.
She has a superiority complex, and she is forgetting what has happened in Africa in many, many countries in Africa. So that's where I wanted to land my plane on her back, face down.
Not on her back. Yeah.
I just wanted to offer, with all these international agencies that come in and do prison reform and talk to the detainees and inmates and the officers and look at SOPs, how do we not remember Abu Ghraib and what happened there? And how that was brought to light? It wasn't anybody.
Oh, Jen, that's what I said. That's what I said.
I thought you were talking
Cuba.
about I'm not talking about Cuba. I'm talking about Abu Ghraib in Iraq.
Oh, I'm sorry. Then I actually said the wrong place too.
Oh, okay.
I meant Abu Ghraib. I'm sorry, because that became the huge court case.
Yes.
In which they discovered those pictures.
Right.
Guantanamo had one level, but Abu Ghraib was so serious.
That was beyond anything.
It violated
I would
torture
ever
law.
expect to happen. Like,
Yeah.
Like as an MP, as a sergeant, I don't know. I guess my level of treating people with basic dignity and humanity is different because I would never do that. It just wouldn't. It would never be something that was on my mind to do. So it's crazy to me.
It is crazy. I don't think that people have a clear understanding of, it's not, I don't think, I know people don't have a clear understanding of what's happening in detention centers, of what the laws are governing detention centers, not just here in the US, but when we have them overseas, like in the military, and how our own laws dictate how we engage with people. To be quite frank, I don't think that they should be any difference. I think that we should have to treat people with humanity and with dignity and with respect. Basic human decency, I think, is like the bare minimum of who we should be. But for some reason, there is a superiority that comes up. What's up, Shimmy? That I think that it's that whole, if you can convince so-and-so that they're better than so-and-so, And I think that shows up in so many different ways.
Look, I mean, and when you're talking about that, look at the rhetoric that came out after 9/11 and how Muslim people were talked about.
Yep. Give me one second, you guys. I'll be right back. You're good, Jen. Okay, I'm back. I just had to answer a text real quick.
Yeah. I mean,
Dominic.
If you go back and actually pay attention to the rhetoric that was used to talk about Islam and the Muslim people and the people in those countries,
His mom was coming at 2.
it's the same rhetoric that they're using today against immigrants. And if you logically look at it that way, and I am in no way saying what happened in Abu Ghraib or Gitmo or any of those other detainee facilities was okay, because it wasn't. You can see how people look past it and be like, well, you know, they're animals, so we don't have to. And all the stuff that they're doing today is the same thing they did then.
It actually started under Sarah Palin on a more modern term. And here's why I say this. If you go back, if this actually starts to become into play on a more modern term under Sarah Palin. If you go back and you listen to Sarah Palin's RNC speech and some of her rallies, she starts to create the case of the other than.
Yes.
When they start saying, but they're not real Americans, but they're not like us. We had that version, we had that play in versions that applied to specific groups or minority groups within this country prior to that. Of course, as a Black woman, I know that. But when that blanket starts to cover white people or people who have a political ideology only, it's under Sarah Palin when she says, the real Americans, they're not like us. This is how we work. They don't want this. They're not real like us. When you listen to her RNC speech, she tells you where we're going.
I think that we've had the othering, and it's just mutated and shown up in different ways with different language with different people throughout time, right? But we have consistently been a country that others, especially when it comes to the political arena and it's election season. So hold tight for me, Free. I'm going to go to Lucid and then Madman.
Hi, Danny. Hi, everyone.
Hello.
Okay, so my question, it's just one simple question. Well, I guess it can turn into a complicated one, but when we were talking about Iraq and then having the inspections, I vaguely remember that there was like a demand or a request for an inspection here in the U.S. at one of the detention centers, and it had to be pre-scheduled. And whenever they did the walkthrough, everything seemed fine because they were able to prep ahead of time. Mm-hmm. And I wanted to know if that was the same in Iraq, or was it just anybody showed up whenever they wanted to, or was it pre-scheduled?
I can't tell you if it was pre-scheduled or not. I can tell you, us working in the facility, we never knew they were coming. We would go in for our shift and they would show up.
Okay.
So if higher chain of command knew they were coming and gave them access, maybe, I would assume so, maybe, I don't know. But as far as like the soldiers and sailors that worked in the detainee facility at like the most ground level, we didn't know until they showed up.
Okay.
The reason I know that is because it would change our whole schedule for the day.
But in addition to that, it's important to remember that according to our policy and our law, and just like legislators, members of Congress are not supposed to be required to schedule a visit. Members of Congress are supposed to be able to show up and be admitted to detention centers immediately. So.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to know, because I know that they've shown up before and have been turned away or they're not let in.
Yep.
And I prefer that it remains a spontaneous kind of visit, so to ensure that you catch them.
And that's the part that, and this is the part that I think people really need to focus on, is that it is Congress, right? So if Congress is turned away, then why isn't Congress? So this is my frustration with Congress. And I know that we have a Republican majority. However, right, Congress needs to utilize every enforcement tool that it has at its disposal to rein in this administration, and they are not. And I believe part of the reason that they are not is because you have members of Congress, whether they are Republican or Democrat. I got you, Jen. Appreciate you. Who are, you still have some Democrats that are Dixiecrats. You still have some Republicans and Democrats that are Christian nationalists. You have some of them that are still white nationalists. You have some that are still white supremacists. And so at all of those different points of intersectionality, you have an issue. And then you have people that are in Congress that are not using the tools of enforcement that are available to them. And that's a problem for me.
Yeah, I agree. Well, thank you for answering my question, Danny. I'll let everybody else speak. I appreciate it.
Yeah, you're welcome. Have a great one, Lucid. Madman, good afternoon. How are you?
I'm doing great. How are you?
I'm doing fantastic. I'm not familiar with you. I know all the other guests that were up here. How old are you for TikTok purposes?
How am I what?
How old are you for TikTok purposes?
Oh, I'm 33 years old.
Okay, awesome. What would you like to share?
Actually, I'm wondering, like you guys have talked about Abu Ghraib and like the Americans doing horrific stuff to people, but why don't we discuss the reason the Americans went to war in Iraq and how Bibi Netanyahu have pushed the Americans into that war?
Yeah, we talk about that.
At the root of the issue.
Yeah, we talk about all the time. And what we've not said is treating America treating people perfectly. What Jen was sharing was her firsthand experience at her detention facility because of what's happening in the U.S. today. So in a facility here in the States, in a detention facility, someone was forcibly fed, forcibly catheterized, and forcibly had blood withdrawals because they were on a hunger strike. And so the conversation prior to that was about, well, what could we do, right? Rather than those things. And so we were talking about having inspections and doing those types of things. So what Jen wasn't saying is that Americans have done everything perfect, whether it's in detention centers here, there, or anywhere else. And in this live, we've specifically talked about Israel's influence on the United States of America, not only today, but throughout history, whether we're talking about, Iran, Iraq, all of the different places. So, yeah.
Okay, like what I can check from my experience, I don't live in the US, I live in Sweden, but my dad is in the US and he's brown skin from Lebanon. So even though he have legal papers and everything, he got to like concentration camp by ICE for approximately 2 months. And for what he shared is that the food that they serve there, for example, is full of maggots and rotten food. And every 60 people in these facilities have one toilet, and the toilet is totally disgusting. So it's gonna spread diseases and stuff. So, and we have put a lawyer for him, and they move him from one facility to another without informing the lawyer or the parents or like the family of this individual. So ICE is treating people way worse than a civilized nation should have treated its population, especially that they are legal people. Just the thing that they have different skin color.
Yep, 100%. And that's one of the problems that we had with the Supreme Court's decision that allowed, racial profiling in this country. And that's what we were sharing with the guest that was up here earlier, is that everybody that is being held in an ICE detention center is not here illegally. There are far too many people that are here with legal paperwork that are in ICE detention centers. And so, Donna, if you would like to discuss the use of the word concentration camp versus detention center, then we can do that. Because what I would say to you is that the conditions of many of the ICE detention centers would meet the definition of concentration camps.
Exactly. Actually, in concentration camps in Germany, they had access to bath and to proper food and to like music halls and libraries, and they do not have that in the US. So the Nazis concentration camps were like way too human friendly than the American detention camps, if you want to call it.
Oh, I can't agree with that. I'm not. Look, so Mad Men, K5 Luca, by the way, but I want to make sure something's clear. 100%. I'm sorry that is even happening to your father. I want to make sure that I say that. Okay, I want to I'm not okay with that. I do think we need to look at redefining the definition or reevaluating what is considered torture, because there is a UN pact and US laws against torture. And elements of what is happening in these concentration camp, internment camps, whatever you want to call them, these unlawful camps, definitely meets the elements of torture. And you don't need torture in whole or in fully.
There's
you
psychological
just need
torture
part.
as well.
Yeah. There's
Correct.
just part. You only need partial torture for there to be torture. There is no, they tortured me just a little bit. Nope, well, then they tortured you. So I do want to say this. We're not going to downscale or try to put a pretty bow on what happened in the concentration in Germany. That's too me light. Okay, we're not going to do that. We're not going to do that today. You may be thinking of work camps, the real Arbeiter camps. You're not thinking of the concentration camps, because the other concentration camps, the ones we're talking about, where people were unalived at entry, where people were starved and given rotten food, where people were literally experimented on and children experimented on. That's what we're talking about when we say concentration camps.
Yeah, but I would like to comment on that. In the beginning, the concentration camps that the Nazis have created.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Just a second, please. Just a second, let me make a statement. In the beginning, the concentration camps, they didn't unalive people in it. It was a place to keep people they disliked in it. And afterward, it turned to be that. So in my perspective, these ICE facilities are acting the same way. So they are going to put people in it. And whenever I believe, like I have a theory in my head that Trump is going to declare himself like an emperor, just like Napoleon Bonaparte have done, and just like take a shit on the democracy in general. So these facilities are going to act in the near future as concentration camps. The concentration camps you're talking about are at the end of the Nazi Germany, but not in the beginning. In the beginning, there were facilities just like ICE
there
facilities.
Were ghettos and Arbeiter camps. That's why I said that. I lived in Germany. I was educated in German history. And what you're talking about is work camps that evolved into concentration camps.
Exactly.
They were not,
So
what I need you to understand, though, is that we're not talking about ghettos or work camps. We're not talking about Schindler's List, okay? We're talking about the actual concentration camp part. That is what we're talking about. So there's no need to mention movies or given that. There's no need to mention that, because that's not what we're talking about. And
I didn't mention movies. Like, I don't know.
Okay, so just hold on. So I think I want to kind of bring us back. I think he's saying the same thing that you're saying. Russ, can you do me a favor? Put yourself on mute until I get to you, please, Russ. I think that you guys are pretty much saying the same thing towards the end of where things were and how things are. I think the point, to just kind of bring it back to the conversation at hand, is that what is happening right now in the United States of America is what ICE has in these so-called detention centers share many of the characteristics that we have seen in concentration camps, and they do violate law. They violate torture law. They violate our humanitarian laws. They violate the laws that govern how we detain or imprison people. right? So whether it's psychological, whether it is physical, whether it is emotional, there's a lot of different forms of torture. Starvation is one, disease is another, just consistent inhumane conditions are another, deprivations for certain things. And they are doing those types of things. There are people that are being moved from one end of the country to the other without their attorneys knowing, right? And these are things that we know. So I think that everyone is in agreement that what we have happening right now violates law, and it's not something that we should be doing.
The question is how do we go about getting these facilities taken down when we're in a government regime that is not allowing access for auditing and also unwilling to admit that the criminal behavior?
Yeah. So for me,
how do
you
you
know
go
the
about
answer
that?
to that question. The answer to that question is 98 days from now, we have a midterms. And we have to ensure that we are putting people in place that are willing to use the tools that Congress has for enforcement. And then we, the people, have to demand that they use those tools. And, you know, when people say, well, why hasn't that been? It's because too much of the country has been checked out of the process. Too much of the country hasn't been civically engaged. And you see that, right? So we had a generation in boomers that were heavily, heavily civilly engaged because many of the rights were being infringed upon. And when freedoms and certain rights were secured, people just got kind of apathetic and just, you know, kind of were like, do, life is okay. And now that we understand that progress gained can be lost, then people are getting more politically engaged again. And that is going to be what is required as we go through this process and get a Congress in place that that will do its job. That's it. It's what has to happen. That is the one singular branch of government that has the ability to put checks and balances both on the administration as well as the Supreme Court.
Yeah, my concern is the suffering until then.
Yeah, and my thing is,
that's what I don't know what to do about.
Right. And my thing is, so there's only certain things that we can do about that, right? And so this is when you look at, okay, so what are the organizations that are involved? Like who are the people that are on that front? So for me, one of the ways that I do my part, because for me, that's my circle 3. I can't do it. So what can I do? I know that organizations like the ACLU and other folks, that's their number one circle. Those are the folks that are fighting those cases. Those are the ones that are doing that heavy lifting. And so what I can do is I can support those. I can support the ACLU. I can support independent investigative journalism. I can support those types of things because I'm not walking into a court, right? And I'm not a lawyer.
Remind me.
Huh?
You just remind me of what we have to do. And we have to protect the ACLU.
Right.
We have to protect the SPLC.
Yes.
Because that's what's under attack right now.
100%.
To prevent us from being able to create these class action lawsuits as well.
100%. And so that's what I'm saying.
Sure people know who they are.
So if I can show you guys really quickly, I do this example. Give me 1 second. I'm trying to get a piece of paper. Hold on, y'all. So it can get overwhelming when you start to think about everything that is going on in the country and around the world. And I think that is partially by design, right? The more overwhelming things are, then the more apathetic and checked out they hope people will become. And when I say they, I mean a multitude of different people with different agendas. Okay. So the way that I navigate all of the things, okay, is through SPLC, the Southern Poverty Law Center is what she's talking about. Okay. So this is circle number 1. Okay. Circle number 1 is what you can control. So everything that you can control, make a list. It goes in circle number 1. So that's typically going to be you, your actions, your thoughts, your attitude, your belief system, you, right? That's pretty much it. And then second circle, second number 2 is your circle of influence. Okay, so that's my friends, that's my family members, that's my followers, that's the people that just pop in here who don't follow, that's subscribers, that's, you know, my community. That's my circle of influence. That can also be my local media. If I write a letter to the editor, that could be my legislator. If I write my senator or my congressman or my state legislator or my mayor or whatever, right? Those are my circles of influence. Anything else is circle 3. That's it. Everything else is circle 3. And so if most people spent 80% of our time on circles 1 and 2, everything would take care of itself, because what is in my circle 3 is someone else's circle 1, right? Ain't but so much I can do about that damn Supreme Court, but that's in Ketanji's circle 1, right? Or her circle 2 at least, okay? So what I find too much, especially on social media, is people like to focus on circle 3. They like to do all the talking and arguing about circle 3, right? Rather than focus on 1 and 2, where they have to be held accountable and where they can be held accountable for the shit they're not doing. And that's the thing. People want to focus on whatever the other people aren't doing instead of focusing on the things that we can do. And so that's what I do. So here's an exercise. If you start to feel overwhelmed, if you start to feel like, what the fuck, seriously, make a list of the top 5 to 10 things that you've talked about or thought about all day, and put a 1, a 2, or a 3 beside them. And if you see that the majority of your things fall into circle 3, right? Then you got to make some changes and shift some perspectives. That's it. Okay. So give me a second. I want to get up to Russ really quickly. And I just want to reiterate for the folks that are in here. If you are new to me, number 1, I only ask for 4 things in this space. Number 1 is to be respectful. Number 2, do not use slurs. Number 3, don't spam my comments. In other words, don't say the same thing over and over and over again, because it's not productive. It doesn't help the conversation. And number 4, don't type in all caps. And the reason for the last one, even though it sounds very small, is I have folks in my community that are vision impaired. And so be respectful of people with disabilities, and do not type in all caps. All caps are reserved for those folks and my folks that are moderators, okay? The last one that all of you all should damn know is to stop talking to the fucking trolls. You all are literally more distracting than they are, because 10 of you respond to 1 bullshit comment. Stop it, please. Now, let me handle this really quickly. Akata, I'm sending you an invitation to join the panel, and then we can have a discussion and you can participate. Okay. Thank you. Russ, good afternoon. How are you? Russ, do you know that you're on the panel, Russ?
Do you know you exist, Russ?
Russ? Nope. Okay, you can come back. So, yeah, okay. So, listen, folks, this is my thing. When folks come in and they just make generalizing statements like Democrats are communist, why are you responding? Those types of statements are literally just to get your attention and to make you be like, no, we're not. Why are you even falling for the okie doke? That type of statement is not anyone looking for an authentic conversation. So why are you giving it air?
Exactly.
Why are you doing that? Stop. This is what they desire to do. And this is what I've told you. I will invite someone to this panel, and if they don't come to the panel, they will eventually get muted because they're not interested in a real conversation. because I'm not wasting my time and my energy. We got 98 days and a wake up until we get to midterms, folks. We have work to do.
I have a question, genuine question.
Sure.
Do you guys think that Trump might declare war on Iran to avoid the midterm and to keep like the powers that he have, the majority in the Congress and in the House and everything?
No.
You don't believe he's capable of doing it?
I don't talk about what I think he's capable of or what not, but like that particular scenario is not going to stop the midterms.
Okay, I hope so too.
Yeah. States govern our elections. States,
So,
yeah.
Megan, I think so. The way you phrase it, maybe that's the way where I think I understand where you're coming from, because I agree with you and I agree with Danny, and that's because I understand that states run elections. I think what you're inquiring about is more so, can there be anything to cause chaos before the election? Yes, there can be things that cause chaos before the election. And this is why, despite all that, we've been saying for people to go in groups, make sure that you are, you make sure that you plan in advance, that type of stuff. Because do you remember how, Danny, was it the 2016 elections where, it was 2016 elections, and the Confederate symbols had just fallen down. They had started taking Confederate statues down and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm. That was before 2020.
Okay. Yeah, 2016. I think I said 2016. I think I said that. We had people out there harassing people. And we also need to make sure that people are going to try to discourage people on matters of saying that they are election interference, because some states have created new laws. So the best way to combat this on that level, on what Danny is trying to tell you that states run it, is make sure you read your states, how your states manage campaign voting. Some states don't allow you to pass out water. So you have to just make sure you're aware on a state level. Me personally, I disagree with Danny on some things, and I do think he will try to, whether it's the state controls or not. The concept is what you're saying is, do you think he'll try? Thinking he will try and thinking he will try to do something, yes, I think he will try that. Will he be successful? That's the question I don't know. It's going to be up to the states and how they handle themselves in order to determine that. That's the only part I disagree with Danny about. So,
and I'll share with you all, here's my perspective. Okay. It's not that I think he will or he won't. It's not that. And here's what it is that number one, my name is not Miss Cleo. I don't know what the fuck that man's going to do. Right. I don't have a crystal ball. I can't see into the future and tell you how someone is or isn't going to behave. And regardless, that's in my circle of 3.
That's in a bubble.
It's an unknown. It's a circle 3. And so I don't spend my time and energy on it. I spend my time and energy focusing on the things that I desire to create, on the things that I know I have the ability to influence and or control in myself, right? And then keep showing up in that regard. I don't desire to sit around a table while everybody gives their opinion on the possible scenarios of what could happen. Like, I just don't do that. What I tell people is, here are the things that we know that are concrete. And this is the best way for us to move forward to achieve the things that we desire. And that's it. And I wish more of us did that. Because that's the only way I have the time and energy to show up every day and do the work. Is in that regard. So hopefully that makes sense. Tony, I saw you said something about answering a question, but I don't know what your question was. So thanks for joining the panel. How are you? You're on mute. Let me send you an invitation to unmute. There you go.
All right, I am doing good. My question is, what are you promoting right now? What's your platform about?
Okay, so the platform itself, the platform itself is, I believe that we have to build connection through conversations with people on the issues that truly matter. and to provide people with accurate information so they, can best participate in the society that we are in collectively together. So that's the purpose of the platform, is to have those conversations collectively together.
I got you. Let's see how I can go about this without stepping any toes.
Yeah, just say it. You don't have to worry about my toes. They're fine.
No. It's called respect. This world that we live in.
Dom.
This world that we live in is changed every year. Never be the same. It's always something different. If it's not murder, it's theft, fire, storm, etc., etc. Okay? It's what you believe in that counts. Everybody has a different religion in life. And some of the religions are kind of distorted, not facts. You have to have truth. When you were raised from a child, your parents taught you truth. Never lie, tell the truth. And make sure you have the facts in every story that you provide to the world, no matter which one you're talking to. If you even have a platform, you make sure that your answers are correct, not incorrect. What I'm trying to get at is, there's a new world that's coming, a new storm is brewing. Now, it's up to the American people to make a decision what they want in life. God is not going to step in and save the world.
Okay, but can you just clarify?
I'm madman. I got it.
Okay. All right.
Thank you.
Let me finish.
Bottom shelf, red box.
God's not going to change anything right now. We have to change the way of life for the better, for humanity, human rights.
Red box. Bottom shelf.
But we are not basically doing the right thing. Everybody has an opinion on certain things. But find the truth about life before you, make a vote on something. Make sure when you vote, you're voting the right reason.
Okay.
Not because of government, because government doesn't rule us. We rule the government. We have the power to change the world. It's the people, not the government. If you allow the government to run you, to tell you what to do in life, then you're just a sheep. You ever seen a sheep that follows other sheep? The dog that takes care of the sheep? That's what we are, if you do that. But we have the power to change it right now. If everybody got up and removed these radical people that's causing a lot of chaos and a lot of false information, we have the power to move it. We're not choosing the right steps. We're doing a lot of talking, but you ain't doing nothing right. If you listen to Martin Luther King, what he said many years ago, I was only 8 years old when I heard the man. That black man was a smart man. We have the power in our hands. One can't defeat the power of the government. But if you have your fists together as one big group of people that stands up for freedom and justice, you guys can make it. But I probably will not see it. But if I did, it'd be a miracle for the human race.
So let me just ask. So you're in the States, right?
Yes.
Okay. And so when you say to vote for what is right, or and people aren't doing the right thing, can you give me an idea of what you believe those things to be and provide examples of them?
Okay. there's all different religions all around the world. There's a freedom for every human being to live here. It's correct. But if you have to walk into the door the right way, because you can pick out the ones that are going to do the right thing and survive in this world the right way. They're willing to work, not cause trouble, not thieving, not stealing, or...
Are we discussing immigration right now?
No. It's anything. It could be anything. Immigration could be religion, could be anything. When you pick people to come to your country...
Well, that's immigration.
Okay.
I'm trying to follow you, and I'm not doing so.
Okay, let's make it. I'm trying to see how I can fit this in because it goes to different areas. But I don't want to go to different areas. I'm trying to focus on one area. Everybody has a right to live in this country, right? And pray for what they want to pray for. But if you bring people into your country that are not kosher with the churches or whatever, I'd rather have it where people realize you can do a lot together as one team. We all bleed the same.
Okay, so Tony, let me ask you a question. Is what you're trying to say is that you would prefer that people who are not Christian not come into the country? Is that what you're trying to say?
No.
Okay, so because here's what, huh?
Christians can come here. Any faith can come here, as long as if the faith is pure.
Okay, but who determines? So hold on. What do you mean pure? And who determines what is pure or not pure about someone else's faith?
Nobody determine it. Nobody can. You determine it on your own. You make your own decision on life, what you want to do. Okay, let me give an example. Okay, maybe because I'm not making it clear. Okay, Muslims in years back, let's say years back, when the pharaohs were around and whatnot, they were never ever been. They're Christian, or I'm not Christian, but their faith is different than other faiths. That's why other countries don't allow them in their country.
Stop for a second, because this is where I thought you were going, Tony. I just wanted to be sure. So I thought that you were going to go with Islamophobia. That's where I thought you were going, and you were trying to figure out. Hold on, please don't talk over me, because I'll let you talk for a very long time without interrupting.
All right, go ahead.
Yeah. So that's where I thought you were going to go. I thought you were going to go with anti-Muslim rhetoric. And
go ahead. Sorry, go ahead.
Okay. And I'm just going to be very clear. I don't do that here in this space at all. I don't care what your religion is, right? I don't care. Number one, I don't want your religion in my government, period. People have the right to pray or not pray, believe or not believe, and I don't care. It doesn't matter, and it has nothing to do with being able to create laws and policies that protect the humanity of people. Okay, so faith, religion, has no place in government, and that includes immigration.
Correct. I agree.
Okay, so I just want to be very clear about that. So
I got you.
yeah, so I'm going to ask you to be kind of like very specific and very succinct, and give me an example of the point that you are trying to make.
Okay, point I'm making, I seen a video that they took in Israel, Iran. Shiites was killing women and males left and right. They were screaming left and right. How is that possible if they're Muslims and they believe in Allah, whatever?
So Tony. So I see videos every day in the United States of America, and I see statistics in the United States of America every day where children are going to school and to bed hungry, where the elderly are dying without dignity, where people that need health care are unable to get it because they don't have enough money. How is that possible in a Christian, quote unquote, Christian nation that is supposed to represent the values of Jesus Christ?
No,
I see mass unalivings in the United States of America at a rate that is higher than any other country, right? How is that possible? And so this is the point. So I'm going to say it one last time. What we're not going to do in here is share views and try to paint Islam as a particular type of religion, when I can take that same point and put it to most religions, but specifically and especially Christianity.
Right. No, maybe I'm painting it wrong for you.
Maybe.
Okay, look, there's good Muslims and there is bad Muslim.
There are good people and there are bad people.
Right, exactly. It's no different than what you just got done pointing out very clearly. That's pretty good scenario. It's not a scenario, it's a fact, where people are in the United States are hungry and not getting what they're supposed to get because the money was stolen from them by the Democrats.
I'm sorry, what?
Yeah, the Democrats stole $9 billion missing.
See, I said to ask who you voted for.
I know, I knew already. Hold on a second. So Tony, what I would like for you to do is give me your resource that the Democratic Party stole $9 billion.
It's been.
Nope, I asked you specifically for the source. And stole it from who and from where and how?
From one of the Democrats. One of their own party.
What are you talking about? And by the way, don't say my own party because I'm not a registered Democrat.
I said, no, their party, Democrat Party, gave them up. Okay? I mean, it's been on the news.
So, Tony, can you stop for just a moment? Okay, because I can literally Google for you right now 5 Republicans that have been arrested for either sexual assault, child pornography, or fraud. Stop for a moment. I'm going to finish. Listen. People do bad things regardless of their religion or their political party. So why are you attempting to paint one religion as horrific, one political party as horrific, instead of addressing the issues?
Because you can't address, because you're not, I just told you why not.
No, you didn't.
One person can't address it. It takes multiple people to do
I'm
it.
talking about you. I'm talking about you and the words that you are saying, Tony.
Yeah.
I'm asking you. So what I'm asking you is, why can you not talk about the issues? The issues being things like healthcare, education, housing, economic mobility. Those are the issues.
The money's not there. The money's not there no more. Why do you think that they're going to change the monetary system?
Okay, stop for a moment. Stop.
Okay, go for it.
Stop.
I'm listening. Okay.
I don't know. I have like not a damn clue what you're talking about because the money is there. The government is functioning. The government is. Okay, stop talking over me. Stop talking over me. Damn, like I let you talk for a really long time. And every time I have opened my mouth to say something, you interrupt me. Stop it. The problem that I have with conversations like yours, Tony, is they are full of baseless allegations that are rooted in prejudice or bigotry, whether that is towards a particular religion, whether that is towards a particular political party, and it is not rooted in the actual issues that actually impact our lives on a daily basis. So let's just break them down one at a time. Tony, with regard to healthcare, what type of healthcare system or changes to healthcare do you believe would be good for the country? Let's start there. I'm going to send you an invite to unmute.
Are you there?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. There is no money, number one. Number two, they're printing money.
Stop it. You all have this same talking point. Stop it, because you got the same damn script as the other boy that was in my live the other day. And I'm not talking to neither one of y'all about this fake ass money, because neither one of you can even explain it. The next thing you're going to do is open your mouth and tell me the dollar is backed by gold, and it hasn't been backed by gold in fucking decades. I am not talking to you about printing money. We don't just willy-nilly print money. We print money, but we have a system that determines the value of that money. So I'm not listening to the same bullshit script somebody came in here with yesterday. And you haven't even memorized yours well enough yet to be able to articulate it. So I'm going to ask you a question again about healthcare. And you can either answer that question about healthcare, or you and I will bid a good day. So I'm asking you, Tony, what type of changes to our current healthcare system do you believe would be beneficial to the majority of the working class Americans? Do you have an answer for that question, Tony? And if you, I'm just going to tell you right now, if you open your mouth and you say some shit about there being no money, I'm booting you. Consider yourself warned ahead of time. Yeah, he was looking for disconnect. Did you hear him? He was literally talking to his damn self, looking for how to find disconnect. Yes, because I'm not here for that bullshit. Listen, so this is the latest script of people running in here. They're going to talk about some stable coins bill that was passed earlier in 2025. They have zero clue what they're talking about. They have no idea how the dollar is or isn't backed. I'm not doing fuckery and foolishness. I'm not. Y'all, 98 days. That is all we have until the midterms. That's it. And so the conversations that we have to have are about how we assemble a Congress that works on behalf of working class people. And it will not be a perfect Congress. There are too many people that we need to get out, but we're going to work with what we have, and we're going to make the best choices with the best options that we have in this moment. And then we're going to leverage that, and we're going to move it further. And then we're going to have the ERA added to the Constitution. We're going to reverse engineer budget reconciliation so that we have funding back in SNAP and back in Medicaid. And we have a different type of premium tax subsidies so that people can purchase their health care, so that we can take $75 million from ICE and put it back into the American people, so that we can take all of the funding from education and the oversight from education that was given to the Department of Labor and put it back to the Department of Education, because our children deserve it. And that's just step one. And by the way, everything that I just mentioned can be done before this time next year. Everything. Before this time next year, everything that I just said can be done. Every single bit of it. Say what, my man?
Yeah, like here in Sweden, for example, where I live, we pay less taxes than the US, yet we have free schools, yet we have free meals for children in schools, and we have free healthcare. Why the American people are unable of achieving that?
So the American people are capable of achieving that. The thing that has to happen, though, is changing the congressional makeup. And that includes, like, whether people like it or not, or whether people want to talk about it or not. It absolutely includes looking at the two parties that we currently have that make up Congress, and breaking it. We have to break it down into two different sections. One is domestic policy. The other is foreign policy. When it comes to foreign policy, there's not a lot of difference between two parties, although the Democratic Party has been making changes lately. So if you noticed last year when they did their last vote about funding Israel, half of the Democrats in Congress voted against funding Israel. So what does that tell you? That tells you that that it is moving, right? That is absolutely happening. And we have to continue to do that. So if you weren't here yesterday, let me just ask a question real quick. If you were not in my live yesterday and you have not read the entire 19-year breakdown for the plan that the Heritage Foundation laid out for the United States of America to take Israel from a special relationship to strategic partnership. If you don't know anything about that, please put a 1 in this chat. If you don't know what I'm talking about, put a 1 in this chat. If you don't know that for the next 18 years, they intend for the United States of America to give Israel $4.5 billion every year. And for the first 10 years, they don't give us shit. Did you know that? $4.5 billion a year. That's what they want us to give Israel. And Israel gives nothing. Israel has 0 obligations. And then they have to do like, I don't know, $500 million.
You said $4.5 billion. I thought it was more than that.
No. This is outside of the integration of our military.
Oh, no. I was talking about the Heritage Foundation document.
Yeah. So no, this is the first part. So let me show you. So this document was put out March 12th of 2025. And it is called U.S.-Israel Strategy from Special Relationship to Strategic Partnership from 2029 to 2047. Okay? And the reason why is because our current memorandum of understanding with Israel ends in 2028. I don't know if everybody knows that or not. Okay? So when you get down in this document to their chart, and let me find the page for you. They give you a whole little chart for it. Here it is. So this is specifically the overview of security cooperation financial obligations. Now, this is only one point. This is just security cooperation. This isn't everything else. Okay, this is just security operations. So let me share my screen so you all can see what I'm talking about. And there we go. All right, so I'm going to show you guys really quickly so that you can see what I'm talking about. And yes, this is in my link tree. So if you see, this starts 2029 and it goes all the way down to 2039. And we give $4.5 billion in various ways it's broken down, but the total is $4.5 billion. Those are our obligations, and Israel's obligations are 0.0000000. Okay? Until 2039. And they have to do $250 million. And it continues until we're finally paying equally $2.25 billion for us and $2.25 billion for them. But that's all the way until 2047. And this is including our NDAA Section 219, right? Where they want us to, in my mind, commit treason and integrate our militaries. Yeah.
Okay.
So listen. When somebody wants to come at me and say, oh, there's no money, they're printing money. Do you know how long we've been printing money? We've been printing money for a long ass time. It's been a long ass time since the dollar's been backed by gold. I don't want to hear it, and it's a distraction, and I'm not doing it. I am focused on this Congress. That's it. So give me 1 second. I'm going to go Cliff's Edge, and then I'm going to go to Mike. Cliff, good afternoon. How are you?
I'm doing well, and thank you so much for letting me be on the panel.
You're
I'm
welcome.
so inspired by you, Danny. Thank you so much. The reason I came up today, I don't have very much to help or add in relation to the American struggle and your current mandate. But as someone on the Canadian side who's an observer, I'm noticing a trend in regards to the attitudes and the misinformation. And I'm wondering if you can, I've gotten myself focused on an issue that I want to really address and I'm looking for some sort of assistance or what sort of tips I can get to get other people motivated on and get people waking up to what's happening. I'm really hoping to address the issues with the social networks and the regulations on them. The Canadian government and the Group of Seven is taking the lead on putting limitations and requirements onto these organizations, but we're met with resistance. And I just want to finding you, I've discovered how motivational you were, at least in the impression that you made upon me. And I'm wondering if you can give me some advice on how I understand to remain focused and true to my own convictions and focus on what my achievement is. But I'm wondering if there's anything else that you could provide someone who wants to make that change.
Yeah. So I think that so I focus on the people that are in my circle of influence, right? And it's just about that's what it's about. It's about working in the parameters in which you have. So whatever the people are around you and putting out the information. So for me, what I decided to do when I went live was to talk about the issues that were relevant to me and then provide information for people. So like if you were to go to my Linktree, it's I don't know if you've been there or not, but my Linktree is in my bio. It's insanely extensive, right? Yeah, it's very extensive. And if you go to makingamericatruelygreat.com, that is the introduction to Project for the People, which is the thing that I'm most focused on. So in there, you get access to a Google Drive that has a ton of graphics with sources and links that for you to be able to share and have conversations with people about. So if you know people in the States that are in, if you know people in the States, then there's information that is state specific and even broken down by congressional district for you to be able to share with those people. Does that make sense?
Right. It totally makes sense. But being in Canada, I think even though I'm not an American, I'm understanding what the points you're making and bringing the receipts based on what the points I'm making. And I think maybe that's the key that I think that may be exactly what I was looking for, is just start compiling my receipts. So when I do start bringing these issues up, I can back it up with my words.
Yeah, it has to be that. Because I tell people all the time, don't trust me. Here's the source. Matter of fact, here's 3 different sources on the same damn issue, right? And so I find when I do that, because then if somebody wants to argue, and I say this a lot, I do not argue with ignorance. I don't argue with aggressive ignorance. Like if you just don't know something and you're just ignorant, that's fine. But then if I give you the facts and I give you the sources to back up those facts and you still say, I don't agree, well, then that's just your dumbass opinion and I'm not arguing with you, right? That's okay. I'm not arguing with aggressive ignorance because I've given you exactly what it is. The other thing that I would say to you, Cliff, is that, for example, there are things that you see in Canada that we don't get to see. And Anita, I'm gonna address you over here in just a second on Facebook. I don't know why you still here. You swear up and down you don't like me, you don't like what I have to say, but your ass be on my lives and in my comments every day. So I'm gonna get you some attention in just a moment because you type it in all caps with exclamation points. You really want to be addressed, so I'm coming. But here's the thing. So I'm going to give you an example. The Roger Stone documentary, A Storm Foretold. I don't know if you know this or not.
So good. It was so good.
It's phenomenal. But the only reason I have been able to show it is because I own it. It is blocked from streaming here in the United States of America. I don't know if you know that or not.
There's more literature blocked in the United States than anything else.
Exactly. So if you want to be of benefit, organize those things that are available to you in Canada that is not available in the States so that people can see it. So the documentary is called A Storm Foretold. So there was a Dutch documentary maker, Christoph, who so here's the thing. He was with Roger Stone. He had pretty much unfettered access from the last quarter of 2018 all the way through Trump's last day in office in 2021. And he has all of it. So let me just share this. If you watched the January 6th hearings and you saw footage of like Stuart Rhodes and Enrico Tarrio meeting underneath the parking garage. That footage came from this documentary. So what Christoph did was he turned over all of his film, A rolls, B rolls, all of it, and he gave it to Congress. But what finally made the cut, the movie is called A Storm Foretold. It is 1 hour and 40 minutes long. If you live in the United States of America and you go to look it up, it's gonna look like it's on Prime, and you're gonna be like, click, click. And as soon as you do, Amazon's gonna say, this video is currently unavailable in your region, because they refused to give that filmmaker streaming rights in the United States. But here's what happened.
Danny, was that always that way, or was it because I remember I could have sworn I watched that along with Get Me Roger Stone?
Nope.
Get Me Roger Stone came out first, and then this one.
So the reason Hit Me Roger Stone came out first is because they were the second film crew that came in the middle of Christoph's. And so here's the thing. So let me share it with you. Okay. So during the January 6th hearings, when they talked about this, and they showed clips, at that time I was still on X. And when I was on X, Rick Wilson, Steve Schmidt, one of the two from the Lincoln Project, they tweeted and they said, boy, if you think these clips are something, holy shit, you should see the whole thing. And I commented and said, how can I see the whole thing? And Christoph, the actual producer of the film, sent me a message. He commented back to me on X. And he said, we're working to get streaming rights. If you want to be notified when we get them, sign up for this email list. So I signed up for the email list. 2 days later, I got an email that said, hey, listen, we're still working on getting streaming rights. However, you can purchase it right now for $14.99 on Vimeo. My ass clicked the button and purchased it immediately. And I'm grateful that I did, because literally a couple of days later, they took it down and it is no longer for purchase. So I own it. That's the only reason. But do you know, even though I own it, I can't download it on Vimeo. It will not allow me to download it. It will not allow me to do any of that. And so what I have done over the last 2 years is I have hosted watch parties on my Google Meet. I have had people register. I've had people come and watch the movie with me, because I own it, so I can. But the reason why I make people register is because when you register, it says you will not record it in part or in full, because y'all not about to get my ass in trouble. So when you register, you're agreeing not to record the documentary. But to give you an idea, let me just show you real quick.
No, but I have a good understanding of how the tech pros are really working in line with the Trump administration to censor so much.
Correct.
And I don't think people are aware that there's more bots online than people.
A lot of them aren't. That's true. A lot of them aren't. But that's why I said, don't talk to people. And so let me just show you what's crazy about this is they've even moved my access to it, which is real wild. Because at first I used to just be able to go to purchases and it would be right there. And now it says no Vimeo stock purchases. So then I have to go to view billing history. Then I have to go all the way down to the year of 2023. And then I can see that I own the movie. So let me show you, just so everybody, I don't have any problem sharing, because this is just real talk. So, and it is extremely eye-opening. I personally believe that if every person in this country saw this video, see it? There it is. See how I told you $14.99? I bought it August 2023. And now if you look, here's what it will say. This title is no longer for sale on Vimeo on demand, but I still have access to it. It will not let me download it. Look, unfortunately, I cannot download it in my region. And so like I said, I believe that if every American had gotten a chance to see this film prior to the 2024 election, we would not be in the position that we are in today. You can actually watch in this film, you watch Roger Stone talk about the fact that Stop This Deal was a plan that he got paid to put together in 2015. They have checks from a PAC. And they laugh about it in the film, that this was his idea. And that it wasn't because they really thought the election was stolen. It's because they were paid for it in 2015 and in 2016. They just didn't have to roll it out because he ended up winning the election. You see in this documentary him say that Trump should go to prison, that Jared Kushner should be prosecuted. You see him say that he's going to ask the FBI to investigate because he wants to know how the money changed hands between Jared Kushner and Steve Bannon. It's literally all in the documentary, which is why I share it with people.
You can, if you haven't seen, I guess the way to put it is the PG version of what Danny is talking about. The PG version of it is Get Me Roger Stone.
I hate that one. And I'm going to tell you why. That one is the one. So that film crew did a shitty job of actually. So like if you could see, you literally see, you watch Roger Stone and Matt Gaetz have a conversation about Matt Gaetz getting Roger Stone a pardon from Donald Trump. And Matt Gaetz says, well, since there are a lot of recording devices around, I'm not going to talk about something that I've already done work on. They literally talk about it. And he says, oh, you won't do a day. The big man still has a favorable opinion of you. And Roger Stone says, yeah, he sends that message from time to time. You see them coordinate every bit of it. You see Roger Stone say that that Trump's campaign and the people around him are not equipped for the fight, that they are now in a dogfight. And so let me ask you this. Have any of you, I know if you're with me, if you've been my people for a long time, you've done it with me. But if you have not been with me for a long time, you probably haven't. If you have never, ever, ever read Eric Hirschman's deposition before the January 6th committee investigators, please put a 1 in the chat. If you've never read Eric Hirschman, my guy, if you've never read his deposition, what the fuck, man? I've covered it so many times on this live, and it's still not enough.
First time on your live, actually. So
is it? Well,
learning a lot of stuff about the American politics.
Okay, so Eric Hirschman. Yes, it's time for movie night again. Today is Tuesday, so I'm thinking because I'm afraid to let too much time go by. Okay, you guys pick tomorrow or Thursday because I'm not doing Friday. Pick tomorrow or Thursday for a movie night. Roger Stone, A Storm Foretold.
Tomorrow? I don't know. So we don't forget.
Get her done. Get her done. Tomorrow.
I see tomorrow's running the board.
Just get it done. Tomorrow.
Oh, yeah. Thursday, I can't do it anyway because Thursday is Project for the People. Thank you guys for reminding me. So it is tomorrow. So I will do tomorrow, and I will do tomorrow at, y'all pick 7 or 8 Eastern Standard Time. Take a pick. 7 or 8 tomorrow. 7, 8.
8, because
I see 8.
Pacific Standard Time, and that way
I see
I
8.
can do it during dinner.
There's more 8. There's more 8. So here's what I have to do in order for me to make this happen, and then I'm coming back to Eric Hirschman. Okay, so give me 1 second. If I don't do it now, I'll forget. So give me 1 second. I'm going to my forms. Roger Stone. So this is going to be Wednesday, July 29th, right? And I'm going to shorten, copy. All right. So now where's my link tree? All right, so folks, so here's what's happening right now in my link tree. I am adding the link for you to register to view the Roger Stone documentary. If you do not register, you will not get an email with the link to watch it. You will not get the link today. You will get the link tomorrow, 1 hour before I start. And the reason why I don't give it to you sooner is because you're not going to share that damn link with all kind of crazy ass people who haven't agreed not to record it. That is why y'all just be doing fuck shit and I can't fool with you. So, it is there. It is turned on and you should see it in my link tree. What I will do is I will move it so that it is the first link. It is the first link under Project for the People information. And I need to move up my Pally links too. So when you go to my link tree, folks, here's what you'll see. You will see the very first section is Project for the People information. The very next link under Project for the People information is the Roger Stone documentary registration. The very next section of links are for people that I personally know that are in Gaza. And that is a direct way for you to be able to support those people. And then after that is a lot of other information about raising the minimum wage, about the issue in Texas with school resource officers abusing children, the Powell memo, APAC's memo, blah, 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 blah. All of that is in there after that. And I'm not, but so you get it. It's a very extensive link tree. The link tree is in my bio, folks. All right. So I'm going to come back to.
I have a question before I drop.
Sure.
You were talking about the Israelis and how much the American people are paying them. Are the Democrats waking up about the Zios running the American government, and what are they doing about it?
Yeah. So the short answer is it's not just the Democrats that are waking up, to be honest. There are actually people on the right, the Republican side, who are very America first, who are pissed to figure out that a little brown country is just telling America what to do. They are not happy at all. And so, yes, that's happening. I see you guys registering. I see like 5 of you have already registered. So they are. And so you see that because the last vote that was just taken about funding Israel, where almost half of the Democrats in Congress voted against it, right? So that is a thing. What I believe should be happening.
Did the Republicans vote against it?
No, the Republicans voted for funding Israel.
Okay.
Okay. But almost half of the Dems voted not to. Still not enough, but a marked improvement. To give you an idea, the last time we took that vote several months ago, only 37 Democrats voted against funding Israel. This time, 103 voted against funding Israel. So it's a significant increase, right? So it is moving in the right direction. What I believe is that people need to continue to hold them accountable when it comes to the midterms. It's why you see people like Mom Donnie and other folks that are being elected to office, because people do want that relationship to stop. It's why people are very much against the NDAA Section 219 merger of our military with Israel. And so that's kind of where we are. And so the more that people hold our elected officials accountable, and the more that people continue to talk and show, like, I think right now, everyone should be showing what's happening in the West Bank. Everyone should show what's happening in the West Bank, because the West Bank, there is no Hamas in the West Bank.
I've seen it.
Yeah. So just so everybody is clear, let me just be clear. Before you go to open your mouth and blame Hamas for anything in the West Bank, there is no Hamas in the West Bank. That is the Palestinian Authority that is recognized by everyone. So I just want to be very clear that the bullshit that the IDF and the Israeli settlers are doing in the West Bank doesn't have shit to do with Hamas or any other quote unquote terrorist organization. It's not a thing, right? So just to be very, very clear about that, that's not a thing. And so we need to continue to hold people accountable for the things that are happening. I believe that people need to be emailing their members of Congress about the 1996 War Crimes Act, because that War Crimes Act says that we are not allowed to fund Israel because they are committing war crimes and crimes against humanity. Yes, baby. Yeah, baby.
All right. I hope you guys have a wonderful day and keep people awake about who are running the USA and who are making new people live in shit while they in Israel. They have free
Universal
healthcare, free
healthcare,
schooling.
education.
It's totally unfair.
100%. Appreciate you, Madman. Thanks for joining. Bye. Yes, ma'am. Yes. We'll get one. Okay, well, she's almost off, so we'll get her. Before I go into Eric Hirschman real quick, Mike, good afternoon, and how are you?
I'm doing fine. I appreciate you bringing me up.
Sure.
Your question about this midterm election, what should we do? And I really think that Americans are so dumb that if you confuse them with policies, and the Democrats have a lot of good policies, that it'll confuse them. And so basically, if we just run on the affordability of what's going on here, that it will, and not bring in the unemployment and the wars and stuff like that. If we just stick with the affordability, win the election. That's what we got to do. But if we juggle it up, bumble it up with all sorts of issues that these people do not understand. And one of the things is Christian nation. Don't ever bring that up. Just leave it alone. Just say, are you better off today than you were previously? I really believe after we win a majority to do things, then we bring it all in and we said, and make people accountable. But if you want to try to make people accountable right now in this, it's going to be cluttered up.
So Mike, let me ask a question. How many people have you spoken with at length who were, what's up, Dugald, who were Trump supporters or Republicans, and been able to successfully shift their perspective when it comes to voting?
I have not tried to talk about affordability. I always try to show them the discrepancies or the hypocrisies that is going on with the current administration. But if I were to talk about, how much the price of bread is right now, I haven't done that. I should have.
Okay.
I've never been able to convince anybody with other arguments.
Okay, so I routinely am able to shift people's perspectives in conversations, whether it's on this app or in real life, regarding how we do things. What I don't do is talk about the hypocrisy of this administration, because that's divisive. When you attack this administration directly, especially if you attack the president of the United States directly, then what it does is it causes people to become defensive to protect the thing that they voted for or the person that they voted for. Okay. And if I could get you to hold on 1 second, Anita, I don't want you to think that I have forgotten you, because I have not. So when you say that nobody ever benefited from the Department of Education, just go ahead and tell everybody that you are white, because that statement is clearly made by a white woman who has no clue that the Department of Education was necessary to achieve equal access to education for Black and brown people in this country. You cannot say, so when you say nobody ever benefited from the Department of Education, just tell everybody that you are white, because it is Black and brown children that needed the Department of Education to be able to access it. It is Black people in this country that would have never been able to have access to the things and the information and the technology and the positions that we do had it not been for the federal government. When left up to the individual states in this country, it has always been to the detriment of Black and brown people. So speak for yourself when you say nobody ever benefited. That's your privilege and your whiteness speaking. And it does not help any of us in this conversation. So you could, in fact, matter of fact, if you want to talk about the Department of Education and what it does, not only has it protected Black people, it's protected women and girls. It has protected teachers, as a matter of fact, and their constitutional rights. So find out what are the reasons that the federal Department of Education was necessary if it was such a fucking winner. It wasn't. And by the way, while you're at it, go ahead and say hi to Miss Ruby Bridges, who is still alive to this day, that walked to school with sneering, jeering, hateful, violent white people all around her as a little bitty 6-year-old girl because you all couldn't handle Black people being in your school systems when we had to activate the National Guard. Don't talk to me about the Department of Education. Okay, now moving on. So Mike, back to the thing that I was saying, okay? So there's a way to have conversations with folks. And I'm going to give you an example. You don't see me worried about having a productive conversation with Anita, and I'll tell you why. Because Anita is on my social media all the time, saying dumbass shit just like that all the time. She's not here for like a real intellectual, fact-based, informational conversation. So I'm not wasting my energy on her. If she was, I would absolutely dig in. And I will have that conversation with her. So like right now, if Sherry was here, if Southern Accent was here, if Felix was here, if Sean was here, there is a multitude of individuals who have come in this app and had conversations with me. See, there's Sherry. And she came in, absolutely a Republican Trump supporter. And we had a very intense conversation, twice, as a matter of fact. And she's changed 180 degrees, and she's here almost every day. And so what I believe is that I can talk about tough topics. I can talk about divisive issues. Matter of fact, I believe that we must. Because if we do not talk about, yes. You can ask Dominic to get it for you. If I do not talk about religion and how it shouldn't be in politics, because I can take that back to the framers. I can show you a memorial and a remonstrance from the Commonwealth of Virginia, right? Where James Madison outlined heavily why we should not be putting Christianity in our public education system, right? If I don't do that, then all I'm doing is putting a temporary Band-Aid on a fix. And what I want to do is I want to have conversations that get to the root cause of the issue. And that has to do with religion, and that has to do with people's faith. It has to do with people's prejudice and people's bias. But there's a way to have those conversations with individuals. And so I believe that every conversation, if you'll watch my panel, and I don't know if you're new to me or not, Mike, but if you watch the chat, okay, you are, so watch this. So I believe that there are 4 main things that we have to talk to people about, right? 4 main, and I call them pillars of policy. The acronym is HEHE, right? So HEHE. Now watch the chat. Guys, look, they're already doing it. Healthcare, that's the first H. What's the first E? Education. What's the next H? Housing. What's the next E? Economic mobility. See that? And so we talk about that. Healthcare, education, housing, economic mobility. And then there's a way to talk about them, right? And so I believe that there are 4 things that we have to bring to every conversation. Tina's got it. I call it CARVE. And CARVE tells me how to have the conversations. So what does the C stand for, you guys? Watch them. They're going to put it in the chat for you. Compassion. What's the A? They're just going authenticity. What's the R? A is authenticity. What's the R? Okay, Carla, respect. And what's the V, folks? Vulnerability. Exactly. If I talk to everybody and I bring compassion, authenticity, respect, and vulnerability, we will gain understanding even if we don't gain agreement. And when we understand each other, right, Mike? Even if we disagree, we're less likely to hurt each other. I'm less likely to vote for someone or for a policy that's going to hurt you and your family if I understand you. I might not agree with it, but if I understand it, that's step one. And so when we have those conversations, that's what moves us to permanent change, not this pendulum swinging back and forth between Democrat and Republican, right? And so if you're new to me, Mike, and you said you were, that means you've never heard me talk about Project for the People, okay? So Project for the People is something that I developed in response to the question, what can we do? That's what I kept hearing everybody say following the 2024 elections, especially after the things that began being done by this administration in 2025, right? Appreciate you, Free. And so what I did was I took Project 2025 and I put Project Esther and I laid them out, and I wanted to see what is the template that the Heritage Foundation uses, because damn it, it's effective, right? So what are they doing that wins? And here's what I noticed. What I noticed is they made their case in the opener of the document. They made their case. And then second, they outlined like what is the blueprint to get us to where we want to be? What are the things that we must get? And then what is the risk if we don't get it done in the time frame in which we need to get it done? That's their playbook, right? And so I wrote Project for the People as a direct response to that. And so Project for the People is a progressive populist agenda on how to get the country back to being a stable, democratic, constitutional republic that works on behalf of working class people, okay? And you do that by focusing on three things, okay? Number one, you got to get serious about winning elections. Number two, you have to have communities and conversations. You have to conversations in communities that build connection. And then number three, you have to have government accountability. And the reason government accountability is number three is because if we don't do the first two, we'll never get to the third, okay? So when I talk about getting serious about winning elections, I'm going to show you what that looks like to me and how I started this process. So what I did, and I'm not going to show you all of it because last time I did TikTok zinged me, but I'm just going to show you really quickly. This is my spreadsheet. So what I did was I analyzed the election data for 12 states in the country. And the reason I chose these 12 states is because in 2024, these 12 states had margins of 10% or less, okay? And then I analyzed every single county in each of those 12 states. Every county that had a margin of 10% or less made my list. And then what I did was I looked to see how many federal elections they had 10% in margins, okay? And so if, for example, there were seven federal elections over 5 years, and they had margins of 10% or less for the majority of those 5 years, they made my list. Yes, ma'am. Smell what? Spell what?
Like this game?
Ask Dominic, baby, because Tutu can't see it. He'll do it for you. Okay, so then
Can you look at the TV though?
I can't see. I don't have my glasses, baby. Ask Dominic. He can do it real quick. So here was the next thing, okay? And then I looked to see how many people in those counties voted third party, how many of them were registered to vote but didn't actually vote, right? And then I looked to see what congressional districts those counties had in common.
I want you to look at the TV.
I'm asking you to ask Dominic while I finish work. Okay. So what that does is it gives us a roadmap, because I'm going to give you Michigan as an example. Okay. For all my Michiganders out there, y'all got Abdul Saeed, who's a perfect candidate, not perfect, but who's a great option. So here's what it means. So in the state of Michigan, Democrats lost Michigan by 80,000 votes in 2024. Okay. In just those 16 counties, Michigan has 83 counties total. In just those 16 counties, there were 1.1 million people registered to vote that didn't vote. More than enough to make up that 80,000 different, right? But also in those 16 counties, 47,000 people voted third party. That's enough to cut that deficit by 53%, right? So you see that? So I do that in all 12 states, in all 12 districts, in all 12 federal elections. Okay. So that's the first. You get serious about winning elections. You get focused on where you're going and who to talk to and who to have conversations with. Okay. And then the second part is, how do you have conversations that build connection in communities? And I believe in order to do that, you have to talk about the things that impact people. So the very next thing that I did was I began taking information from the Congressional Budget Office, from the census, from the Government Accountability Office, from wherever I could get these reports with data that was accurate for people. And in some cases, your state's website, because some of this, like Pennsylvania, has on their state website. And so I began making graphics so that we could share them on social media. You could print them out and hand them in your communities. You could post them up at your community centers, your public library. You could go and hand them out on college campuses or at the playground. You could host like Democracy and Donuts get-togethers for you and your friends, all of these different things. And this is what people have been doing for the last several months. So I'm going to give you an example really quickly. Mike, can you tell me, if you don't mind, and if you do mind to give me your personal one, just make one up. Give me a state and any congressional district, Mike.
I'm in Iowa.
Oh, my mom's from Iowa.
I'm in 2.
Okay.
Number 2.
Okay, so watch this. Let me show you. So really quickly, this is my Google Drive that people get access to. So if I go to Iowa and I go to District 2, I'm going to do English, although I do have Spanish. And then I'm going to show you. So because of the One Big Beautiful Bill, in your district, 23,000 people are projected to lose their Iowa Health Link, their Medicaid. In your district, 14,000 children and adults are going to lose some or all of their SNAP benefits, also because of the One Big Beautiful Bill, right? Also because of the tax subsidies that expired. 25,000 people are going to become uninsured. But also, I've got statewide information for Iowa. You want to know where your data centers are in your state? I've got them. What congressional districts? If you want to know what your poverty levels look like in Iowa, I've got them for you. If you want to know what people on Medicaid that are adults can work, in Iowa, 77% of the adults that are on Medicaid work in your state. 77%. So it's not a case of people that are just not, getting benefits and not working. That's not true, right? The vast majority are. But then I have like national graphics. And then I have another section in this Google Drive where you can actually go to see the sources. So there's a whole little section that says source links and docs. So you can open it up and you can see where I got the numbers, right? And then there's even potential legislations in here. So for example, Hawaii passed a bill this year. It's called SB 2471. And what that bill does is it actually, it eliminates the impact of Citizens United. It gets corporate money out of politics. So I've put the bill in the drive and then I've created a sample template for people, right? And so you can go in here
Can I
down.
ask you a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Has the Democratic Party ever contacted you?
No.
This seems like such a good tool that
Well, thank you.
we could use.
Yeah. So I'll just be honest. I did some work for a non-governmental organization a few years ago, and after that, I did like a couple of workshops for the Michigan Rural Caucus and the Virginia Rural Caucus, but that was a couple of years ago. Ever since I started speaking out about the issue with Israel in this country and about the genocide in Gaza, I haven't heard anything else from the Democratic Party. I'm just being honest.
See, what I see is going to have to happen in order to win in Iowa is that we are going to have to get out and knock on doors.
Yeah. So listen.
And we need the ammunition.
Yeah. So here's what happens, Mike. So every other Thursday, I host a Google Meet, and people join my Google Meet, and I role play how to have conversations with people. I go over the new graphics that I've put out for people, and people literally print them out, and they knock doors. We talk about how to have conversations when you knock on people's doors. And then we even have like a merch store. LaRonica did all my merch for me. And so we have door knockers that you can leave on people's doors, car stickers, t-shirts, whatever. And so I bought the domain name. The domain name is makingamericatruly.great.com. Making, because it's present moment, because we're doing it, makingamericatruly.great.com. And people register, and then you get an email from me that has a link to the Google Drive. And I just ask people to operate with integrity. Don't remove my watermarks. Phantom, yes, you do. I bet you do. Send me a text with your email. I bet you do. If you don't see them, they might be going to your spam or your promotions box. You need to just search your email from Dani, D-A-N-I, right? But so because what I want to do, I'm going to get back to the end. So once we do this part, so then there is the government accountability part. And this is the part that I really get excited about, right? Is because when we get to the other side of these midterms and you have a progressive majority, however imperfect it is, okay? But you have a progressive majority in the House and in the Senate. Here's what can happen really quickly. In the first half of 2027, Democrats can introduce a resolution, which they have done multiple times, and it was blocked by the Senate. It was blocked by the GOP Senate. Yes, ma'am.
Look, it's water.
Girl, I see it's water. But what they can do is they can introduce a piece of legislation, a resolution, to eliminate the 10-year requirement to get ratification for a constitutional amendment, right? And the reason that Dems can do that, because they have the majority to get it passed, what that would allow them to do is to take the Equal Rights Amendment, the ERA, that was passed in 1973 for women, and get it added to the Constitution. What a win that would be, right? To show women, right? Game changer. So that would be number one. And at the same time, you take budget reconciliation, which is the same mechanism that the Republicans used to pass the big, beautiful bill, right? And you take budget reconciliation and you reverse engineer. And that's how you put the funding back into SNAP and back into Medicaid and back into, and you create new tax subsidies that make better sense and that work better for the people and all of those things, right? So those two main things you can get done in the first half of 2027. And then I believe that you start doing something else. And that means you start holding members of the cabinet accountable. Okay. So that includes people like Linda McMahon and the things that she's done in, Phantom, the things that she's done with the Department of Education, people that we know and we can prove have lied before Congress or not fulfilled their oaths of office. I believe that we do that on a congressional level. I mean, on a cabinet level. I'm not really focused on the president, just the cabinet, because that's where the harm is being done the greatest in terms of what's touching people. And so at the same time, while you're doing all of that, you continue to get incredible progressive candidates to challenge the establishment Democrats that it's time for them to go. Anybody that is putting another country or their religion above the interest of working class people, it's time for you to get out of Congress, period. So you do that, Mike, and then you roll into 2028 and you do what I call you Mitch McConnell those motherfuckers. And so what that means is in 2028, you begin the steps to expand the Supreme Court, 13 justices for, one justice for every circuit. And then you implement term limits for federal judge appointments and the Supreme Court. Federally appointed judges get 12 years, Supreme Court, you get 12 years and then you're done. No more lifetime appointments for that bullshit, okay? And so that's in the first half of 2028. And at the same time, you can introduce things like, there's quite a few of them, but yes, you can introduce legislation to stop funding Israel. You can also institute a bill that removes the cap for contributions to Social Security, right? So these are all things that can be done in that time frame that are all good and beneficial for working class people. What's up, Kat?
There's so much that has to be done. It's just unbelievable. How about the cap? How about taking money out of politics?
So that's what I'm talking about. The bill that I'm talking about that Hawaii passed, you can take that bill and you can do it on a federal level. But what I've also got people doing right now is working to apply pressure to their state legislature to pass the same bill that Hawaii did. That bill that limits the authorities and the powers of artificial persons is what's meant to get corporate money, dark money, super PAC money out of politics, right? So all of that can be done. And then what happens is you still continue to challenge the establishment Dems. You expand the majority for progressives in the House and in the Senate. And then you end 2028 with a Democratic president, Senate, and House. And you go into 2029 with what? A 13-seat court with a minimum of 4 seats available for appointment, but also you can impeach and remove Alito and Thomas, and that gives you 6 seats available on a 13-seat court. That is the 2.5-year roadmap to begin the process of shoring up and stabilizing the country and getting a government that is working for working class people. And that is Project for the People.
I would hope that we all realize that how important education is and how long it takes to get a real educational progressive a plan to work. My brother was a professor at Delaware, taught Jill Biden. He was one of his students.
I know. She
Anyway,
hasn't texted me. She's not here yet. Sorry, go ahead.
Anyway, the whole reason why we're in this mess right now is because we failed our educational system. In my opinion, that these and I was in grade school in the 60s, so I've seen 50 years of decline in our educational system, and then when I get to how the heck did Trump get in? It just people are stupid.
People aren't stupid. So here's the thing. I just want to be fair. It's not just that I want to be clear. It's not just that all of a sudden our education system has declined. We're not fully funding education, and we're not equitably funding education. And this country has a problem with capitalism. We have a problem with extreme vulture capitalism and the desire to privatize institutions in this country that should be run by the government, like education.
Yes, I agree. It just, however, I have seen. I didn't mean that people are stupid; they're just not educated to be able to. Just in Iowa, right now, I believe it's like 30 or 40% of high school graduates can't read or write. We used to be #1 in the nation. Now, if you're just going to listen to social media, and that's basically your education. It's something where when a child enters the school system, they should have a counselor, and they shouldn't have a different counselor every year. They should have somebody that is following them, that knows them, that knows their needs, that can say, hey, she's good at art, or hey, he's good at basketball, or whatever, and try to nurture their personal skills. That is a long ways off in the future, but
So-
it's got to start somewhere.
Well, so, but to be fair, it's not as much as you would think. Okay, so in my grands, like when you go to middle school, they do have a guidance counselor, and that is the guidance counselor for that year, and they move with them every year, right? So that does happen where I'm at. I would also say that, let me look really, really quickly. So Iowa's score in literacy is 215. The top score is 225. It's not 30% of them can't read and write. I'm not sure like where that came from, but that's not it. And Iowa is definitely making leaps and bounds and growth. So gains from 2019 in Iowa, science is up 12%, English language arts is up 11%. Iowa literacy reforms have boosted reading scores. They're up 11%. This is on educateiowa.gov. So look at your government's website and get the information. I'm not saying that things don't need to happen to make improvement, but I would also argue that two of the biggest things is fully funding our education system equitably, right? What we tend to see in education is that our urban communities and our rural communities do not get the same level of funding that our suburban communities do, right? So that's another reason why our education system shouldn't just be determined or largely determined by property values and property taxes, right? Because that gives us an inadequate access to education. But in addition to that, as when you look at,
Would you say that?
I got you, Cliff.
Would you say that how things would be different if we were funding education with the same amount of money that we fund the military?
Yeah. So here's my thing. Do I believe that we need to have more funding in education? Absolutely. We also need to ensure that when we fund education, that it is funded equitably across the board, from our suburban, urban, and rural communities all together, and that we remove the privatization like voucher scams and things like that out of our system. Those are things that we can immediately do. Raising teacher pay is a big part of it. I believe that we have the ability to do great things where education is concerned. We just have to stop putting capitalism, vulturism, and the privatization of education, and the privatization of healthcare, and the privatization of the VA, and the privatization of whatever. Like, that's the problem that we have, is this country values corporations more than it does our people, including our children. And that's a problem. I believe children are more important than corporations, and we should be doing it differently, and showing that and demonstrating that. Cliff, you said you had a question?
Yeah, I have 2 points I'd like to make, and then I'll wrap it up. And first one is take a breath. I mean, in the last few minutes, I've learned so much. Thank you so much for letting me on the panel.
You're welcome.
You really are an inspiration. Really, I can't tell you enough. But my final statement is, before I land my plane and let other people have an opportunity to talk directly with you, is in relation to the American political climate as it is today and what you recommended as far as correcting it when the Dems get elected. Do you not believe that there's got to be a multi-party system and the current Republican Party has got to be removed, stem and root? I mean, the corruption is so deep there that if it maintains its current status at any level of access to the government, it'll just be problematic. And I'm not sure if that's a reasonable thing, but I just cannot see how the Republican Party can continue moving forward under any type of leadership.
Yeah, so here's what I will say is we actually have had third parties in this country since for 198 years. The very first third party in this country was formed in 1828. A lot of people don't know that, but it's the case. One of the ways that you level the playing field is by enacting law that nullifies the decision of Citizens United. When you nullify the impact of Citizens United and you take corporations from the status of being human beings and they're spending money as the same as free speech, you automatically begin to level that playing field a little bit. Okay, so that would be number one. Number two, I believe that the government accountability piece, when done appropriately, and this is going to be up to us to ensure that it happens appropriately and over time, will take care of the issues that you're talking about on both parties, right? So whether we're talking the Republican Party or the Democratic Party, because if you go to AIPAC's website, y'all, they have the leadership from both parties on their site, right? So what I believe is that we continue to elect people into Congress that are willing to hold folks across the board accountable. I believe that one of the next things that the progressive Congress should do is make AIPAC register as a foreign lobby. I believe that we get serious about election and finance reform. All of those types of things are things that we need to do. And so when you start to go after these individuals, so like for me, I get really giddy when I think about, and that's one hell of a word choice, but I get giddy at the thought of a Jack Smith or or Alina Khan. Lena Khan makes me feel all hella warm and fuzzy inside. When I think about these people being put back into positions to actually execute the laws as they exist, to use the teeth of enforcement that we truly do have, that goes a long way to rooting out the problems that we have. It's also one of the reasons why I believe we have to talk about religion in the way that we do. We have to begin to hold churches accountable that are participating in politics. We have to begin to hold politicians accountable that utilize churches. You know what I mean? Like all of these different things are things that we have to get implemented and work down this path. And so the very first 2.5 years are about giving working class people as many wins as possible that impact their pocketbook, their education systems, their healthcare systems, and their basic human rights, right? Where the ERA is concerned. And then closing the holes that have been exploited by this administration and by the Heritage Foundation and by AIPAC. And so when we do that, that begins to level the playing field. And at least we're stable. And then we come back and we go, okay, this is what we got done. This is where we landed. What do we need to do? Okay. I'm reading out my grandson. My grandson had his first little sleepover last night. And so his friend's mom is going to come get him shortly. So Luke, you got about 5 to 10 minutes, bud. So anyway, but really this is how we begin the process. And so it's bit by bit. And then you reevaluate. You say, okay, so what did we get done? And what else can we do? And how do we put this in place? And for me, at the center of it has to be, how does this policy work best for working class people? And how are we the most inclusive rather than the most exclusive in ensuring that people get the help that they need? And the reality is that we have the funds, we have the means to be able to do those things. We do. And this is one of the other things. So I would just offer this to you all and just take it and see how it sits. What I find is that a lot of people will vote against these quote unquote social programs. And then you'll go down and you'll volunteer at the soup kitchen, or you'll go down and you'll hand out peanut butter and jelly sandwiches to the homeless to make yourself feel good. That is your virtue signaling. Meanwhile, you are voting for the people that are creating the circumstances that make those things necessary. And my thing is, stop creating the problem and then you don't have to fill your ego for solving them. Why not be proud of voting for policies and people that prevent people from getting hungry so you don't have to feed them? Right? Just saying.
You're amazing. Listen, you're amazing. If anything ever happens, you've got a place in Canada for sure, Danny. Thank you.
I will keep that in mind.
Yeah, seriously. I'm right on the Windsor-Detroit border, so just hit me up.
I appreciate that. I will keep it in mind.
And I'll keep you posted on how well I do over here.
Sounds amazing. You're welcome, Cliff. Appreciate you. Yeah, so folks, it's not that difficult. So let me say this. It's simple. Simple doesn't mean easy, right? But it is simple. And so we just have to get serious, and it is work, and it does get exhausting. But I don't know about y'all. I'm exhausted from this. I would rather get exhausted from creating goodness than exhausted from watching so much hurt and so much pain and so much negativity out there. We don't have to engage in the processes the way that we are. And the proof is in the pudding. There's so many other countries that have proven it doesn't have to be this way. And so we just need to get serious about making that happen. So let me tell you what your mama said. Give me 1 second, guys. Hold on. Luke, your mama said he's on a work call. He's going to text me as soon as he's left, and then you can meet him downstairs. Okay. Dominic, when when he comes, I want you to walk Luke down. Okay. Okay. Yes, you can get snacks or whatever. I don't care. Eat something. Okay, I'm back.
So that was Make America what?
Making. Yep, making, like MAIKING. So making America truly great.com.
So that every once in a while, you might want to just say that so that people that are not up here on the platform can know how to reach you.
Yeah.
Making America great.
Making America truly great.
Truly great.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let me see if I got it. Did that? Oops. Geez. Did it give me an M? Oh, it won't let me put the thing in there. So let me just do it like this. Hold on, y'all. It won't let me put the M. I'm running out of space.
That's all right. That's all right. I will be back again. I guarantee you.
There we go. I mean, that's as good as I can get it. There's a dot in between there. But if I put the dot, it won't let me do it. But thank you, Mike. I appreciate you. By the way, so when I was a little itty bitty girl, we used to do our family reunions. Your dad just left, Luke. We used to do our family reunions in the Makokata Caves.
I've been there.
Yep, Mom, that's how we used to do it when I was a little girl. But I appreciate you very, very much, sir. Have a good one.
All right. Well, thank you, and you have a good day. I'll let you move on.
Okay, appreciate you. Bye-bye. Okay, so I see all the little contact forms going in. Just so that you guys know, I did my very first webinar telling people about Project for the People like March 8th. And then I opened it up for people to be able to kind of join the end of March. I think it was like March 28th or something like that. We had our first meeting. And so we are 4 months into this. And in 4 months, we have people in 525 counties across the country. There's only 3,100, a little over 3,100 counties in the entire country. And we're in about 17% of those in just 4 months. So my hope is to have people in over 1,000 counties by midterms, because that would mean that we have at least one person in a third of the country's counties. And the thing about this is I'm just going to be very clear. I'm going to talk about voting progressive, and I'm going to talk about the fact that those progressive policies and those progressive issues or those progressive stances means voting for Democrats because that's the option, period. I'm also going to be honest about the fact that there are many Democrats that don't need to be in office right now, and we need to get viable solutions. But until we get viable solutions, we can't get rid of them. We have to do this thing in baby steps, right? We did not get here overnight. It might feel like it, but we did not. Where we are as a country has been in the works for over 50 years, right? And the great news is that it doesn't take 50 years to undo the damage. It really doesn't. We just have to be diligent about the work that needs to be done. And in my mind, the way that we do that is to keep folks, keep working class people at the forefront. So for me, this is the way that I think about it. I think about children, okay? I think about the elderly, I think about the disabled, and then I think about minorities, right? Those minority, those protected groups. And I think that when we build policy from that perspective forward, then we're gonna make sure that it's policy that works for everybody. If it works for the least of us, it will work for the most of us, right? And so that's how I think that we reverse engineer policy. So the list of how many people were registered to vote. So Glenna, what I did was I looked at election data across 12 states, and I looked at how many people in those states and in those particular counties were registered to vote that didn't vote, as also low-hanging fruit, if you will. So I'll take 2 more guests. His daddy's on his way, so you might want to go ahead and put your shoes on, and Dominic, walk him down. Good afternoon, Ali Bear. You had something you wanted to share?
Yes. Can you hear me? I don't know.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I've been listening to a lot of very interesting content. I just have a question about like some of the progressive policies, like in locally in my area specifically, and I'll give an example, if that's okay, but like I live in a very progressive area and state, I think anyway. But so we were one of the first school districts to go with electric buses, and they didn't work out so well. So like within 2 years, they've already changed the whole idea. We had to vote on buying diesel buses again. So sometimes I just don't know if those progressive policies are ready to be set out. I know my state's trying to go electric, and so things like that I think just can waste money or make things more expensive.
Yeah, so I don't think of those as a necessary progressive policy. And I don't think of it as like for me, when I think about like policies that need to be enacted, first and foremost, whether or not a school bus is gas or electric isn't one of them. I think first for me, I'm interested in ensuring kids get to school and that they have teachers that are paid a living wage and that they're not hungry and that they're able to eat lunch at school, right? So I don't think, and this is just my personal opinion, I don't think that those types of things are even are anywhere near the top of the list of things that we need to be concerned about as progressives. So, and I'm not somebody that believes in extremism on either end. So for example, I think that there are significant challenges and issues with everything being electric, just like there are challenges and issues with everything being gas. I'm more of we have to find a happy place.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
I agree with that. Yeah, I just, sometimes I feel like they might push too fast, too hard. Even our governor spoke on like rolling back a lot of the plans that they had. I'm in New York, so, because they were costing too much money to the citizens. So when they go so far and so fast, it ends up costing us, really.
Yeah, and I think that's a state issue, right?
Yeah.
I think that is a state and that is a local issue, which is why people need to be involved on a local and state level on the initiatives that are happening to you and for you. And like right now, yeah, she said New York, you guys. And so for me, I am more focused on the federal issues and the federal things that ensure that we even have the ability to have our things implemented or not implemented or even considered, right? So I think that you are always going to find throughout history times where policies have been enacted too soon, too broadly, too fast, too whatever. Doesn't make it a bad policy. It makes the implementation not perfect, which happens a lot of times, right?
Right.
Yeah. So I think that it's important to be open to and say, okay, so the issue isn't about whether or not reducing, it's not about whether or not reducing the amount of diesel school buses is a bad idea, right? It's about how do we do that? And when is the best time to do that? And at what speed, at what rate, and wherever. My whole thing is, I can't even get to whether a school bus is diesel or electric until I know that women have equal rights in the Constitution, until teachers are fully funded, until healthcare is available for people, until we get Black and brown people from being racially profiled in the streets, until we get hate groups from targeting LGBTQIA individuals. Like these are, to me, and we just have to get a Congress. We need 3 separate but equal branches of government that are functioning as they should, and they are not currently. And so for me, that's the first step.
Right. Things like that is what makes me nervous about, going with these progressive policies or people when it starts so locally, when, obviously we just had to, again, purchase all new buses because the electric buses did nothing. Like they kept failing. And,
so like when you say that to me, that's a wild statement to me. And the reason why is and not and let me say it directly. What that sounds like to me is a privilege statement, right? Because if you say that when you say electric buses is the thing that makes you concerned about not voting for progressives, that tells me that there's a disconnect between the people that are being hurt significantly and even dying under the non-progressive policies and the current direction of this country and this administration. Like for me,
That's why I keep listening to you.
yeah. So to me, you're talking about like whether or not there should be whipped cream, and we don't even have a cake.
Understood.
Yeah.
I just know, obviously I'm going to see what affects my pocketbook right now, but I see what you're saying. I keep listening to you. I appreciate it. I didn't really, that's all I wanted to bring up. That's what makes me nervous about going so progressive is like the wild ideas happening so quickly that it could affect everybody overall.
See, I think it's a wild idea that we are now able to racially profile people and lock up Black and brown people across the country. So like for me, I would rather foot the bill and buy another school bus than to have Black and brown people locked up in detention centers and die.
Of course.
Yeah. So that's kind of my focus.
No. Yeah, I understand.
Yeah.
I'll keep listening. I
All right.
appreciate you.
Thanks,
Very
Ollie.
knowledgeable. Thank
Bye-bye.
you. All right. Bye.
1 second, guys. Give me 1 second. Okay, I'm back. So I don't often talk about like my particular views on a specific issue, right? But I am not someone that I just don't believe extremism is good in any way, shape, or form. I think if you go extreme on one hand, so like I'm going to give you food as an example, okay? We'd have a shit show if everybody all of a sudden went vegan today, right? It'd be a problem for us to balance. So keeping that in mind, like that's my position on most things. Is that if a measure is extreme, then there's most likely going to be some sort of harm that comes on the other end. And so figuring out how to cooperate initiatives is the best way forward in most things, right? Yes, I can. Can I get a mod to give me a quick break for just a second? I never watch any of the speeches, Carlo. Can I get a mod real quick just so I can go help Miss Mila? And then I'll be right back. Whoop. There you go. Be right back. Thanks, Red Hot.
Hello, everybody. Good afternoon. Please continue to tap the screen for Danny while she's away for just a second, helping the babies. If you haven't got your daily heart rate, go up to her, the little heart by her name, and it's 1 penny. That helps protect the live as well as push it out. Please continue to share the live. It looks like we're at 364. We have 295 people in here, so if everybody could share a few times, that would be greatly appreciated. Also, please, hi everybody. Please adhere to Danny's rules in her live. Please be respectful, no slurs, no comment spamming, and no all caps. That's reserved for our visual impaired people as well as us moderators. So please just respect her space and her rules. Also, movie night is tomorrow, correct? Am I right, y'all? She has the form to fill out. You have to sign up to get an email for movie night. So make sure you go on our link tree and do that, as well as thank you, Cam. As well as sign up for Project for the People. It's in her link tree as well. And what am I missing?
I don't know, but I'm back.
Okay, great.
I don't know what you're missing, but I'm back.
I think I got it.
Appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Good one.
Yep, you too. All right, so okay. So we are going to, so right now I'm going to say that we will be good for at least another 23 minutes. I may or may not stay on longer than that. But I'm going to take a look at what else is in the request boxes so that I can bring some people up. If you are watching me anywhere else, like Facebook, Substack, YouTube, or Twitch, there is a link for you to be able to join. If you want to join as a guest and join the panel, you can do that on that platform, those platforms as well. The link is just in the comments. What am I trying to say? Yeah, quick, Marilyn, quick. Yes, baby. No. Go. You're good. All right. So, folks, when I bring you up to the panel, do me a favor, put yourself on mute until I can get to you. And then we will go from there. Okay. Well, come here. Let me help you. The struggle. What's up, Lynn? Good to see you. Stand right there. And here. There, girl. Yeah. His dad didn't look at the text. Right, Scotty. All right, Tina, what you got for me?
Yes, Danny. I'm just kind of confused. Someone tried to help me out in the comments, but I just wanted to run it by you as well, since you were kind enough to bring me back up. Are we actually sharing military with Israel? Are we sharing resources and military equipment? Because some people are saying we're not actually sharing military, we're not integrating military. But you use that phrase, so I'm just unclear what's really happening.
This will plug it up, Mila. Okay. Hey, there's 1,000 of them. Go ask Dominic for one. So are you talking about under the NDAA Section 219? Is that what you're referring to?
I'm sorry, there's just too many. But the thing with the Israel and that's coming up, and I think somebody said it's being voted on currently. I believe it's the thing you were talking about. You said we were integrating militaries, and some people said that, and then other people said that we're not.
Yeah.
And
so here's the thing. So anybody that says, so first of all, let me just say that you know that I'm careful about language. Why is this thing doing this? Mila, ask Dominic to pour you milk. He's standing right there. I don't know if that one works. Okay, so you'll have to check it and see, son. Thank you, Dominic, for helping. Okay, so so when people say we aren't integrating, it's not a case of all of a sudden our military members are going to be their military members. What we were talking about is the jointly developing and utilizing their technology and our technology together. We were talking about frameworks and joint ventures and licensing agreements and all of those. And so it equates to a very thin line. It's not as if our troops are their troops all of a sudden, but it is not great, and it is horrible. And so I read over it yesterday. I'm not sure if you were in here yesterday or not, but this is what people need to understand is that it absolutely no, it has not. So the NDAA Section 219. There has not been a vote in the Senate, folks. There has not been a vote in the Senate, which is why everybody should be telling their senators not to pass this.
Okay.
Yeah, but it's a horrible thing that goes into a lot of integration in ways that are that infringe upon the security and the sovereignty of our defense, of our military.
Okay, because this person's creator, which I thought I respected, had said that they thought that it was more that we weren't doing anything with Israel, that we weren't doing with a bunch of other.
It's not true. That's not true. Yeah, that's not true.
That's what you said. So.
Yeah, that's absolutely not true. When we talk about synchronizing cooperative efforts between the U.S. and Israel to expand and accelerate bilateral defense technology research, developing, testing, evaluation, integration, it specifically says integration, and industrial cooperation. And then it goes through a list of things. And we went through the majority of these yesterday.
I think I heard some of them. Sometimes it's just really overwhelming. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, it is. So let me go through them again really quickly. So number one, identifying jointly developed or Israeli origin technologies with operational utility for potential integration into United States systems and programs of record. So I'm just going to be very clear in what I hear there is I'm very aware that Israel has helped other countries become a surveillance state. And I believe when we talk about utilizing some of their technologies into U.S. systems, that's a problem to me. Number two, ensuring collaborative research initiatives involving government, private sector, and academic institutions in the U.S. and Israel is done in a manner that protects sensitive technology and information and the national and security interests of the United States and Israel. I have a problem that the United States of America is worried about the national security of Israel and the sensitivity of their technology. We should be worried about our own first and foremost. Number three, facilitating the transition of technologies from research and development into procurement and acquisition pathways. Four, establishing frameworks for joint ventures, licensing agreements, and United States-based co-production for manufacturing partnerships with Israeli industry. Why are we doing that? Coordinating with relevant Department of Defense components, including the Irregular Warfare Technology Support Directorate, Capability Development and Innovation Divisions, the Undersecretary of Defense for Research and Engineering, the Defense Innovation Unit. I'm not going to read all of that. But and then it says to align, it says, and other Department of Defense entities as appropriate to align efforts and avoid duplication. So listen, every time you hear someone talk about integration, cooperation, and avoid duplication, that absolutely means being put together.
Right, because otherwise,
yes, you are correct, Jeff. That's my interpretation as well. Jeff, my interpretation means that it would allow the U.S. to utilize systems like Pegasus domestically on the people, which is why I said like a surveillance state. Yeah. When they say avoid duplication, that means it's one thing for the both of us.
Right, because otherwise you'd have two different people doing two different things.
Correct. So yeah. So, and when somebody said, should we call or should we email? You should do both and write letters to the editor. You should call, you should email and write letters to the editor. 100%.
Okay, well, thank you for the clarification. I appreciate it. You
Yeah.
have a great day.
Yeah, you're welcome, sweetie. You too. Oh, my goodness gracious. We've had a very, very, very full live today. And we talked a lot about immigration, which I didn't even know that we were going to do. It's the NDAA Section 219, Miranda. They probably don't, Jeff. So I'm just going to kind of give you like the quick AI overview, and then maybe we'll go into it in depth later. So just to be clear, you all, there are certain systems and things that we are not allowed to use by a law in the United States of America. So a lot of them we send to Israel, and Israel has things that they have developed that legally are not allowed to be used in the United States of America. Changing in licensing and changing in initiatives and integration removes that barrier in a lot of ways. And so I'm just going to read to you kind of the overview. Pegasus is a powerful military-grade mobile spyware program developed by the NSO Group, which is an Israeli cyber arms company, licensed exclusively to government intelligence and law enforcement agencies. It can covertly infiltrate Apple and Android devices to extract data, record phone calls, and remotely control a phone's camera and microphone. Right. There's a great article from 2022 on Al Jazeera that talks about this. Pegasus spyware made by the Israeli technology company NSO Group is making headlines again after it was reported that the Israeli police used it for spying on dozens of its own citizens, including senior government officials and protesters rallying up against former Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. The report brought a months-long international scandal into the world's most infamous hacker-for-hire company back to full circle, following reports that it was used by governments across the world to spy on activists, journalists, and even heads of state. NSO Group, which was founded in 2010, describes itself on its own website as, quote-unquote, creating technology that helps government agencies prevent and investigate terrorism and crime to save thousands of lives around the globe, end quote. Pegasus is a spyware that can infiltrate a mobile phone and harvest personal and location data and can control the phone's microphones and cameras without the user's knowledge or permission. Some of the information Pegasus has access to includes photos, web searches, passwords, call logs, communications, and social media posts. It is designed to bypass detection and mask its activities. Researchers have found several examples of NSO Group's sophisticated tools using so-called zero-click exploits that infect targeted mobile phones without any user interaction. Yes, any kind of phone. This means that a successful spyware attack on a phone just needs an operating system that's installed or a particular vulnerable app. An investigation by 17 news organizations into more than 50,000 numbers was published by the Paris-based journalism nonprofit Forbidden Stories and Amnesty International. It found that more than 1,000 individuals across 50 countries were allegedly selected by NSO clients for potential surveillance since 2016. Keep in mind, this is a 2022 article. Appreciate you, Dantrell. That list includes 189 journalists, more than 600 politicians and government officials, and several heads of state, including France's Emmanuel Macron, South African President Cyril Ramaphosa, and Pakistan Prime Minister Imran Khan. I'm reading from this Al Jazeera article in 2022. The journalists include employees from Al Jazeera, the Associated Press, Reuters, CNN, the Wall Street Journal, Le Monde, and the Financial Times. At least 65 business executives and 85 human rights activists worldwide have also been targeted. The media consortium reports said most of Pegasus clients were clustered in 10 countries: Azerbaijan, Bahrain, Hungary, India, Kazakhstan, Mexico, Morocco, Rwanda, Saudi Arabia, and the UAE. So yeah, this is all the way from 2022. So just so everybody is clear, This is not something minuscule. This is not people in uproar for nothing. This is not an overreaction to anything. This is critical and this is serious. And people need to start understanding that this is not a game and this is not a social media debate. This is literally, I keep saying this, if we intend to secure the stability of the country as a functioning, democratic, constitutional republic, it is the time. You must get serious about the midterms. You must get serious about conversations in your community. You cannot afford to step over the elephant in the room with your friends and with your family. It's time to get really fucking uncomfortable and have conversations that matter. Just saying. And that should be clear for absolutely everybody. Yeah, MP, you want to talk about it? I sent you an invitation. MP, I sent you an invitation if you want to talk about the United States of America and Christianity. Feel free to join. I'm waiting for you. I'm pausing. I'm giving you time to find your way here. Where are you at? MP, there really should be no problem. You came in, you made a statement, you said I'm uneducated, which I guess means you believe that you are more educated than I am on the subject matters. So join the panel and let's have a conversation. Surely, since you are more educated than I am, that you're good with that, right? Hey! Hey, Jared. No? If I see it again, everyone will lose technology for the day. I'm telling you right now, if I see it again, that will be the result. Okay, so I'm guessing that, oh my sweet baby Jesus. Oh my God. Before you say anything, I am live. Are you okay?
Yeah.
Are you sure? Because you called me back to back.
Well, I thought that was just because I did something. I thought that was me exiting out of the app.
Okay, but you're okay. Are you sure? Look at your mother's face.
Yeah, I'm perfectly fine when you're done.
Okay, love you, mean it. Bye. What the fuck? My kid called me twice. Appreciate you guys for hitting 500K and likes on TikTok. Appreciate that. That was me going, hey, are you really okay or do you need me? Because what the world? But she thought she did something. Right, that's right. If you call me back to back, and it was like because right, that's what I made her do. I was like, no, look at me. Hey, Southern chick, how are you? So I was like, nope, look at me right now. Are you sure? Because I'll end this shit in a minute. Yes, look at your mother's face. Oh my gosh. Hey, Deborah. Right. Well, it wasn't just that, Jeff. It was she called back to back, right? And then she was like, she thought it was her. She thought she accidentally hung up is why she did it. So, yeah, I'd have been like, click, click, bye y'all. But no, she's fine. So thank you, Miranda. I appreciate it. Okay. So a couple of things, right. I'm checking really quickly. Yeah, it's what we got to do, right? Alaikum salam, Allah shak shak. So, a couple of things. So, just to reiterate, because if you're just now joining me, you may not know. Tomorrow night, 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, I'm going to do another documentary viewing of A Storm Foretold. If you have not seen that documentary, I highly recommend it. And what you would need to do to get the link to join is to go to my link tree, which is in my About section. Click my link tree, and the very first link after the section about Project for the People, that very first link is there, and you will need to register, and then you will get an email tomorrow from me with the invitation to join the meeting. You will not get that email until about an hour before the movie starts. So don't hound me until then. You won't get it until about 7 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. So yeah. And the reason why is when you register and you ask and you say that you want to see the documentary, in that Google form, it says that you are agreeing not to record that documentary in part or in totality. And so I make sure that you register to do that. It will not be on live, Cheryl. It's not. It's on a Google Meet, and I send the link. It is illegal to live stream that documentary. I do not have, they do not have streaming rights. So it would be illegal for me to stream it live. So I'm not doing that. I'm hosting a watch party for myself and my friends on a private viewing. Yep, on Google Meet. Hello, Raja. Yep, we do. Different Cheryl. So yeah, so that is the way that it works. Okay, folks. So I'm just letting everybody know that that's what's happening tomorrow, 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. The thing about it, because that's normally my time that I'm live living with the Louds, and so that's why I haven't shown it in the mornings. I've shown it on very, very different days of the week. I've shown it on, I think I even showed it on a Saturday morning. I've done afternoon times and I've done evening times. I just haven't done super early mornings during the week. But yeah, so I've done it in a variety of different times. But I haven't done, yeah. The documentary is A Storm Foretold. That's the documentary. Yeah, there's so many. Yeah, we hope so too. Okay, so a couple of things to round things out, because we've been at this for 4.5 hours. Okay. MakingAmericaTrulyGreat.com. That is the site that you want to share when you are talking about Project for the People, so that people can participate, can read more about it, can figure out what's going on. I will attempt to do another roundup of numbers before the meeting on Thursday. We meet this Thursday at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time via Google Meet. So we will role play some things. We will talk about graphics and all of that. I'm trying to think of what else. Oh, the podcast will relaunch again on Sunday. So in order to, thanks Cheryl, appreciate you. So on Sunday, in order to get ready for the podcast, it's the Danny Cook Show. You can go to wherever you listen to podcasts on, whether that's Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google Play, wherever you meet them on. You can go there to listen to previous episodes, to download previous episodes, to share previous episodes and all of that. just to kind of stimulate that algorithm before the new episode drops. And then we will go from there. I do not think there's anything else that I need to cover today. Love that, Jamie. Jamie says she just handed out another Project for the People flyer and got another one. I'm also working on like a little cheat sheet, a snippet in terms of like how to talk about Project for the People and things like that. Once it's done, it will be added to the Google Drive as well. And I think that's about it, folks. I think that's about it. So, yep. So we will, tomorrow night, 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time is, no, the Project for the People meetings are not reposted on YouTube. Project for the People meetings are sent out via email with a link. So when we didn't meet last time, I sent out an email and I included a link to the last Project for the People meeting. So everybody had it to watch from the last one. And so that's what will happen again this time. If you miss a Project for the People meeting, when I send out an email that recaps, you will have a link to the last meeting so that you can review it if you missed it. Okay. You guys are very welcome. Thank you all for participating, asking questions, having discussions, and being here, because you could be anywhere else out here in these TikTok, YouTube, Facebook, Twitch, Substack streets, and you choose to be here with me. So I appreciate that very, very, very much. And I will holler at you all. I don't know. I might snip around these TikTok streets today and other people's lives. I doubt that I will be back up on my live again today. And we will have a Pally panel on Friday. Just so everybody knows, 98 days till midterms, folks. So there's work that we got to do. Okay. Appreciate you all very, very much. Take care and have a great day. Peace.